nitty-gritties first. That is very, very important. And the second important thing is the resource persons are going to deliver, going to demonstrate, some of the tools and techniques where they have been using it. Try to follow them very clearly. And lastly, probably the resource persons are going to give us some hands-on activities, so that try to use them. So then only when first of all basics need to be understood, then follow the demonstrations instructions carefully, and finally move towards the when you start implementing, and at this then only you become a perfect teacher. That means every day you have to spend at least half an hour for yourself. And you all know very well that the new educational policy has given a lot of emphasis on ICT mediated teaching learning process and assessment and so on and so forth. There are many things are there, and of course the central government and the state governments are seriously working on in this area to make one of the important aspect of the new educational policy is the faculty development. And faculty development is not simply conducting a workshop. I started a small innovation, एक नवाचार जो है मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूँ. तो हम नीपा में एक दिन के वेबिनार से लेके हम 6 महीने के इंटरनेशनल वर्कशॉप्स तक, इंटरनेशनल फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हम ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं डिफरेंट स्ट्रीम्स में, स्कूल एजुकेशन टू द हायर एजुकेशन. So some of my ICT programs are having it's basically not a 6-day workshops generally. So before the start of the 6 days workshop, जनरली मैं एक काम करता हूँ, 4 दिन पहले या मोस्टली 4 दिन या 5 दिन पहले एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप, कोई भी सोशल मीडिया हो, व्हाट्सएप हो, टेलीग्राम हो, उसका ग्रुप एक बना दिया जाएगा. और उस ग्रुप में जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स उस वाले प्रोग्राम में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं उसको ज्वाइन कर दिया जाएगा. एंड they will be told very clearly that what is the format which is being to be followed, what are the instructions, the clear-cut instructions to be shared, and of course the the expectations in the program has been very clearly shared with the participants. The second important aspect is that, of course, 6 days the workshop, and daily basis there are certain hands-on activity processes will be done, and these activities will be shared. The students has to share those activities, the output of those activities in the WhatsApp group. This is what common for everywhere. But what is the uniqueness of my own program is, after the workshop is over, we will be providing 30 days extended hand-holding support to all the participants. Before I move further, Madam, could you please confirm to me my voice is clear and PPT is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's reaching to us very clearly.
Thank you, ma'am. So the 30 days extended hand-holding support I will be providing to the participants. What is the need of this extended hand-holding support? Extending hand-holding support, generally what happened, these workshops are generally, there are all hands-on based, outcome based, and workshops. So once as long as we have been explaining, demonstrating, facilitating the learning, it looks pretty simple during the workshop time. But what is more important to me, that once they complete this workshop, they had to go back to their places and implement these ideas into their own system. So to enable them to implement the system, this extended 30 days hand-holding support has been provided. I was a little surprised in the beginning that I don't know, I was little skeptic that I don't know how many people will join. But बाद में मुझे ये लगा कि मैं 765 ग्रुपों में आज के तारीख में मेंबर हूँ, तकरीबन 150 के करीब टेलीग्राम ग्रुपों से. ये सारे जो है फोकस्ड एकेडमिक आउटकम बेस्ड व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स. इसमें गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड इवनिंग, गुड आफ्टरनून, गुड नाइट और किसी का बर्थडे मनाना और कोई नॉनसेंस फॉरवर्डर्स इसके अंदर कुछ नहीं आते. So what I'm trying to say that if you can create with the help of the easy to use social media kind of technological options are available, we can do a lot of wonders as far as this is concerned. So what is the need of the hour, especially in the current scenario? The need of the hour is about the learn, unlearn and relearn. वो जितना जल्दी लर्निंग करे, जितना जल्दी अनलर्न करे, मतलब जो चीज नहीं आता है, और रीलर्निंग, तो ये साइकिल को जितने ज्यादा तरीके से, जो बेटर तरीके से इसको यूज करे, so naturally we will be ahead. And let me bring you one thing. There is a lot of apprehension about the faculty members across India that technology is going to invade us. But no technology is going to invade. Okay, the point is that the technology cannot replace a teacher. Teacher is a teacher, absolutely no doubt about it. And but somehow, and when you're looking at the current day scenario, technology is definitely an enabler. Technology is definitely a facilitator. So, but the human being, the teacher, is far, far, far superior than the technology, because this is in terms of providing the resources, this is in terms of facilitating it. बहुत सारी चीज जो है जो टीचर कर सकता है, क्योंकि हम जैसे मैं देखिए, मैं हिंदी में भी बोल रहा हूँ, अंग्रेजी में भी बोल रहा हूँ, ये सारे चीज जो है, मतलब अभी हमारे घर में एक एलेक्सा है, उसको 4 भाषा हमने सिखाया, ऑलमोस्ट हर दूसरा दिन तीसरा दिन जो है कोई नया जिब्रिश भाषा उसके अंदर से निकल के आती है, कह रहे कि नहीं नहीं हम समझ नहीं पा रहे आप जो कहना चाहते हो। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये था कि टेक्नोलॉजी इज डेफिनेटली इज ए very useful option for us and to reach the unreached. But what is important to us that teachers should know that what extent the technology is going to be used. Technology means, I mean to say here, tools and techniques. That's very, very important point one should keep in mind. No. Now, if you look at the issues which the COVID-19 has brought in, especially in the higher education, and let's also talk about this, because it's not everything is, yes, we all faced this kind of a music. Like in my home, I have 2 Wi-Fi connections, so that, both my daughter, my son, my wife and myself, we all of us to be able to use it. And of course, all 4 of us are teaching in different levels. So my point is that, what are the issues? The first and foremost issue is, let me start with 5 to 1. Poor technological infrastructure. Yes, there are certain cases, the hardware infrastructure, the networking infrastructure, and those things are not, are not up to the mark to meet the requirements of this. The second point is about the lack of institutional support and culture. ये बहुत बहुत जरूरी है. कई बार लोग मुझे कहते हैं कि मैं गुरुदक्षता प्रोग्राम से, वो यहाँ से अटल प्रोग्राम से लेके पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय टीचिंग लर्निंग सेंटर से लेके जो यूजीसी एचआरडीसी से वहाँ, और ऑलमोस्ट नेशनल लेवल में तकरीबन 10-12-15 सालों से एसोसिएटेड हूँ. तो एक चीज लोग कहते हैं कि सर ये लैक ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशनल सपोर्ट कल्चर नहीं है, इसलिए हमें करने नहीं दे रहा. मैं एक चीज मुझे खुद को, एक तो डेफिनेटली दैट सपोर्ट एंड कल्चर इज वेरी मच इंपॉर्टेंट, बट एट द सेम टाइम व्हेन यू गो टू द क्लास and nobody is going to dictate to us that how we are supposed to teach. So nobody is going to stop over there. At the same time, we do our best to try to facilitate this kind of things. And please try to understand, this is very premature to talk. 1.5 साल ही हुआ था बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को इस मोड पे आने में. ओके, तो बट एकदम से लोगों के अंदर जो कल्चर और ये सारी चीजों को बदलना मुश्किल है. बट यस, इट्स a very much flagged issue which has to be worked. And then point number 3, some of the faculty members, they're very good face-to-face classroom teachers, very good classroom teachers, but they're not convinced about the quality of delivery and the assessments. Yes, I also agree partially about their opinion. But my point is that आप हमें कोई दूसरा विकल्प दिखा दो ना. अभी घर पे बच्चे घर पे बैठे हुए, टीचर घर पे बैठे हुए, तो क्या विकल्प है? तो कम से कम हमारे पास सामने तो कोई दूसरा विकल्प तो होना चाहिए टेक्नोलॉजी के अलावा. और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट वाली बात ये है कि अभी मैच्योर्ड नहीं है. और दूसरी बात है, एज फार एज असेसमेंट्स आर कंसर्न, मैं भी कुछ इसमें आगे स्लाइडों में कुछ बात करने की कोशिश करता हूँ. बहुत सारे ऐसे ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल है, हम उसको आराम से यूज कर सकते हैं. बट व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज मे बी because since they are not convinced, because they have not understood the entire ecosystem, both theoretically and practical wise. So maybe that could be the reason, but it is our responsibility to bring back those excellent faculty members into the system. That is very important. एंड पॉइंट नंबर टू इज लैक ऑफ एंथुजियाज्म. कई लोग कहते हैं सर क्या फर्क पड़ता है, मैं पढ़ाऊं. और मैं जोकिंगली कई बार लोगों को ये कहता हूँ, मुझे एक बार किसी ने सवाल पूछा था कि सर आपने ये सारे चीज बताया, मैं ना करूं तो क्या होता है. मैंने सर कुछ नहीं होगा, 30 तारीख को तो तनख्वाह मिलेगी, 30 तारीख को तो तनख्वाह तो मिलेगी मिलेगी. बट मैंने एक चीज कहा था, सर ठीक है आप, मैं 100% आपको आपको मैं सपोर्ट भी करता हूँ, आप कुछ मत करो. और बट मैंने पूछा सर आपके भी बच्चे होंगे, आपके स्पाउस होंगे, आपके परिवार में भी कुछ बच्चे कॉलेज में स्कूलों में पढ़ रहे होंगे, तो उनके जो टीचर भी इसी तरीके से सोचें तो इस देश का क्या होगा. So I'm not saying that there are no issues, there are no challenges, there are no concerns. I completely agree. मसले पहले भी थे, आगे भी रहेंगे. जब वर्तमान में हम जी रहे, वर्तमान में क्या बहुत सारे ऐसे ऐसे इश्यूज है, उसको कैसे हैंडल करें. तो वो सज्जन मुझे कह रहा था कि नहीं सर बात आपका सही है, बट इतने सारे मेहनत मैं क्यों करूं. मैंने कहा था सर इट्स अप टू यू, बट एट द सेम टाइम यू जॉइन द टीचिंग प्रोफेशन. माय आंसर टू हिम इज, आई सेड यू जॉइन द टीचिंग प्रोफेशन बाय चॉइस, नंबर वन. एंड हम सबको कहा रखा है कि टीचिंग इज एन आर्ट, टीचिंग इज अ साइंस, टीचिंग इज बोथ, एंड यू विल बी अ रोल मॉडल. मैं 30 साल पहले जब टीचिंग में ज्वाइन किया था, उस टाइम तो पावर भी नहीं था, पावर पॉइंट भी नहीं थे. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट वाली बात, पावर भी नहीं थे, पावर पॉइंट भी नहीं थे. बट नाउ इट हैज बीन मूव टुवर्ड्स. नाउ आज के तारीख में मेरे लिविंग रूम में बैठ के मैं हमारे पूरे भारतवर्ष में पूर्व पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण के जो टीचरों से मैं इंटरेक्ट कर रहा हूँ टू टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से. सो दीज थिंग्स आई हैव अडॉप्टेड बिकॉज नॉट बिकॉज आई एम ए प्रोफेसर ऑफ कंप्यूटर साइंस, आई एम ए ग्रेजुएट एंड पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट एंड पोस्ट डॉक ऑफ कंप्यूटर साइंस. नो, नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ दैट, not because of, it's all because of the attitudinal part of it. Attitude is more important than the aptitude. And what is important is what is my role. And you know, many times again with the folded hands I've been telling, we are not the frontline warriors like our doctors, nurses who are putting 16 hours, 17 hours of the time. And we are not our security staff, we are not like the decision makers like honorable prime minister to the honorable chief ministers across the India. And every and wonderful bureaucracy we have, they're all putting their best to see the COVID situation to be eased out. हम तो उस मामले में तो नहीं है. तो मैं हमेशा एक बार कहता हूँ कि let's do our best whatever it is possible. I'm not saying that it's not the way. Second point is again I just want to reiterate one small important. I'm looking at one of the chat of one of the teacher. No technology is going to replace the teacher is 100% true. Okay, number one. And the second important thing is, but there is a small caution. A teacher who adopted the technology and who adopted this innovative and creative ways of teaching with the technology is definitely going to contest the teachers who are not doing it. So I repeat, no technology is going to replace the teacher. Teacher is indispensable. Teacher is indispensable to teaching learning process. That's I have my 100% my opinion. There's no second thought into this. The second important thing which I just want to bring to your kind attention, a teacher who has adopted the technology to teach innovatively and creatively, understand carefully, innovatively and creatively, and engaging the students with the help of the tools, techniques, process and procedures is definitely going to contest. I'm not saying replace, definitely going to contest those teachers जिन्होंने ये सारे चीज अपनाया, गुणवत्ता के लिए नए नए नवाचारों को लेके पढ़ाने की कोशिश को कर रहे हैं, वो उन टीचरों के लिए कंटेस्ट दे देगा वो नहीं अभी तक नहीं अपनाया. मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि जो 35-40 साल पहले 75% मार्क्स आ गया, मुझे तो पूरा हमारे गांव में काफी बड़ा जुलूस निकला था, भाई इनको तो 75% मार्क्स आ गए. मेरे बेटी को 3 साल पहले 4 साल पहले 99.3 या 4 मार्क्स आ गया. तो फाइन. So I can't compare myself with my daughter. So but the way the kind of changes has been made, I think this is where the teachers has to adopt those things. Then सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये था कि सर ये करना कैसे। मैं अभी उसी उसी में आ रहा हूँ। पहले 10 साल पहले जब मैं भी एकेडमिक स्टाफ कॉलेजेस में भाषण देने जाता था, एक सवाल उठते थे, क्यों करना है, क्यों, व्हाई। ओके, नाउ 10 साल के बाद आज के जमाने, आज जब भी मैं वर्कशॉप में जाता हूँ, लोग सर हाउ शुड आई डू दैट। It's very important that these things should be taken into consideration. And the first point is very important, that many teachers are having a lot of inhibitions, because they said we were not trained in this online mode of teaching. Okay, again I should say thanks to corona, and earlier I traveled length and breadth, we conducted so many programs, but wo change is always inevitable, but change is something little slow to do that one. Yes, let me look at some of the questions being raised by our good friends. Okay, so yes, can you please tell me how online education can be effective and interesting for, see, this is what I want to say, that it's not, it all depends. I'm going to tell some of the strategies, madam. So please just follow the instructions carefully into this and you'll see. So now if you look at the so what is my first objective is, how do we improve the way we have been teaching. Currently what is happening, we are almost, I should say, the transmission of the knowledge through the Zoom tools or Google Classroom, through Google Meet and other platforms we have been doing. But what is important is, now if you want to improve upon the way it is being done, look at what the UGC is saying, that UGC and even the new educational policy is talking about the blended learning approach. Okay, so what is the need, if at all, if you want to get into this kind of a mode, the first and foremost thing, blended means, I will explain in detail how the blend and what need to be done. So any environment, whether it's a blended environment, are offering online courses, offering MOOCs courses, these 7 points are important. Number one is understanding the ecosystem. फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट थिंग, अंडर इकोसिस्टम को समझना बहुत बहुत जरूरी है. नंबर 2, पेडागोजी सपोर्टिंग द ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग. कौन कौन सा पेडागोजीज है ये इसको सपोर्ट करेगा, उसको प्रैक्टिकल में कैसे लेके आना है, दैट्स द सेकंड इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. एंड थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन, मतलब कोर्स की डिजाइन का सबसे बड़ा इसके अंदर इशू है. फोर्थ वन इज रिसोर्सेस, एंड रिसोर्सेस मींस ऑफ कोर्स दीज रिसोर्सेस आर मेंट फॉर there are core resources, there are supplementary resources, and unfortunately मैं जहां देखता हूँ ना, लोग हमेशा कहते हैं सर हमने 10 लाख रुपए खर्चा किया, 20 लाख रुपए खर्चा करके वीडियोस बनाए. मैं उनको कहता हूँ, बहुत अच्छे तारीफ के साथ कहता हूँ, बहुत अच्छी बात है. But my only point is, why don't we only confine to the resource creation? I understand that हिंदी में वीडियोस नहीं है, बना दो. उर्दू में नहीं है, बना दो. कश्मीरी में नहीं है, बना दो. या डोगरी में नहीं है, बना दो. कोई दूसरे भाषा में, तेलुगु, तमिल, कन्नड़, मलयालम में नहीं है, बना दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. उसमें तो रिसोर्सेस नहीं है. बट अब हम इंग्लिश में पढ़ा रहे हैं, इंग्लिश में रिसोर्सेस बना रहे हैं. क्यों बना रहे हैं? मतलब ये वो हमारे कहाँ फिट नहीं हो पा रहे. एक तो इम्पोर्टेंट वाली. सेकेंडली, देयर आर सर्टेन गुड सप्लीमेंट्री रिसोर्स सोर्सेस, लाइक भारत सरकार ने डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के तहत बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस हमारे लिए लेके आए. स्वयं की आर्काइव कोर्सेस हो, स्वयं प्रभा की वीडियोस हो, नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी के रिसोर्सेस हो, ईपीजी पाठशाला का रिसोर्सेस हो, यूजीसी मूक्स के आर्काइव रिसोर्सेस हो, ये सारे चीज हम, आईआईटी बॉम्बे के स्पोकन ट्यूटोरियल हो, इतने सारे रिसोर्सेस हमारे सामने अवेलेबल है. तो ये सारे चीजों को समेट के कौन कौन सा चीज हमारे काम के आएगा, और यही मैं कह रहा हूँ, हर दिन आपको एक आधा घंटा आप अपने लिए करना बहुत बहुत जरूरी है. एंड ये मैं ओनली असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूँ, सारे फैकल्टी. मतलब मेरे लिए तो लेवल्स की बात नहीं, असिस्टेंट भी कर सकते हो, एसोसिएट भी कर सकते हो. जो टीचिंग लर्निंग में तो गुणवत्ता लाना चाहते हैं, टीचिंग लर्निंग में नवाचार लाना चाहते हैं. They want to make the teaching interesting, innovative and creative. This is what the mantra is that. Okay, then of course student learning outcomes, and very, very importantly the ICT tools. And what are those ICT tools which could be able to use and also need to be understood. So very important, the need of the hour is adopting the change. जितना जल्दी चेंज को अडॉप्ट करेंगे, बिकॉज चेंज इज इनएविटेबल वेदर यू लाइक इट और नॉट. जब आप उसको अपनाएंगे आप रहेंगे उनके साथ. At the same time, I'm not in favor of completely everything automation. But टीचर का इंटरवेंशन, क्योंकि मैं अभी मुक्स कोर्सेस में मैं कई बार लोग कहते हैं कि मेरे कोर्स में 10,000 लोग ज्वाइन है, 20,000 लोग ज्वाइन है. बट क्यों इतने सारे लोग कंप्लीट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? कंटेंट का मसला है, डिजाइन का मसला है, डेवलपमेंट मतलब सॉरी डिलीवरी इश्यूज है, ट्रांजैक्शन इश्यूज है, असेसमेंट के ऊपर इश्यूज है, डिस्कशन फोरम के ऊपर इश्यूज है, और सबसे बड़ा मसला स्टूडेंट की मोटिवेशन, स्टूडेंट की एंगेजमेंट, स्टूडेंट की एंकरेजमेंट, उसकी कमी रह गई. तो ताकि 10,000 लोग ज्वाइन तो कर रहे हैं, 10 लोग पास कर रहे हैं, तो इससे तो क्या निकलता है. और मान लीजिए जैसे एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम यूनिवर्सिटी ने, बहुत अच्छा यूनिवर्सिटी है, उन्होंने वर्ल्ड क्लास ऑनलाइन कोर्सेस बनाए. सो वर्ल्ड क्लास फैकल्टी मेंबर्स आर गोइंग टू टीच दोर कोर्सेस. सो वी नीड टू एंकरेज आवर स्टूडेंट्स to join those courses and take a maximum benefit out of it. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट वाली बात. इसलिए वेबिनार्स में मैं बार बार कहता हूं कि सवाल पहले से ही पूछा करो, आखिर तक मत रुको. वो जमाना गया कि सुबह थ्योरी दोपहर को प्रैक्टिकल वाली जमाना गया. तो इसलिए जब तक, अदरवाइज क्या होता है कि जब हमारे डाउट क्लियर नहीं होता आगे बढ़ भी नहीं पाते. तो इसलिए ये कमी कई जगह पर है. और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट वाली बात, एक और बात इंपॉर्टेंट मैं कहता हूं, ये करंट सिचुएशन को अपॉर्चुनिटी बना दो, so that you know whatever best can be possible and can able to take use of that. अच्छा, इसमें एक अच्छा सा किताब है, शायद सब लोगों ने देखा होगा. डॉक्टर स्पेंसर जॉनसन की किताब है, हु मूव्ड माय चीज, इंटरनेट में अवेलेबल है, which is talking about the change management. I request you to take that book and read it. That's very, very important. Very nice book. It's a simple book of 30-35 पेज का है, वो अच्छा खासा बता देगा. Okay, now the issues about the technology. Even though I talk about the technology very, very good, and of course it's a technology driven processes, but then I request you to kindly spend a minute to just read out these things, please. The first point is technology is not a miraculous cure for all educational ailments. First and foremost thing, before that, what is technology? Technology is not only the tools, it includes the techniques too. This is the first important point one should keep in mind. So it is not a miraculous cure for all educational ailments, but technology is a wonderful tool to reach the unreached. Number one. And number two, very important point, which anyway, I'll request you to kindly read for a minute, please, all these things. So the central theme of this 5 important points are the effectiveness of technology. The effectiveness of the technology is directly proportional to the teacher's competence and building the right intent and positive attitude. This is very, very important. So I have, as I've been saying very clearly, the competence building बहुत जरूरी है, or right attitude or positive intent क्योंकि देखिए हर हर चीज जो है, कई बार लोग कहते हैं सर हमारे कॉलेज में ये नहीं है, हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में ये नहीं है, होने के बावजूद भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स नहीं सुनते। ये सारे मसले भी है, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ। इन स्पाइट ऑफ ऑल दिस थिंग, हमें पता था जब हम ज्वाइन करने से पहले, क्योंकि हम लोग भी ऐसे ऐसे माहौल से आए थे। और अब एक बार देख लीजिएगा, एक ही दिन में सारे नहीं हो पाते, और जहां जहां जो जो चीज अवेलेबल है और उसी चीज को लेके पढ़ाने की हम कोशिश करेंगे। इसी को मैं कहता हूं दी एप्टीट्यूड से पहले एटीट्यूड की बहुत बहुत जरूरी है। एंड दिस इज हाउ वी डेफिनेटली विल टेक दिस वन into our stride. Now look at this 21st century classroom, 21st century classroom. And in the 21st century, one thing like information is no longer at premium. Thanks to the World Wide Web, there is so much information is available over there. And of course, in terms of videos, in terms of demonstrations, and so on and so forth. So much content is very much available. Sorry, madam, am I audible to you, please?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
No, somebody said Surekha Ganga is saying
Might
that.
be this mic issue, sir. Might be signal strength issue, sir.
Yeah. Because mine is. That's what I'm. If it is a problem, please let me know, ma'am. Okay. Second point is now since there are so many, there is another problem. People started talking about that. हम इतने सारे हैं, बच्चे अपने आप पढ़ेंगे, टीचर की क्या जरूरत। कभी भी ये शब्द नहीं कहना। टीचर इज इंडिस्पेंसिबल, बिना टीचर के कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता। मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूँ। यहाँ बड़े बहुत सारे जो पीएचडी जिन्होंने फिनिश किए और गाइड्स भी होंगे, जब पीएचडी में जिस दिन ज्वाइन करने के 3-4 दिन ऐसा लगता था कि पता नहीं पीएचडी 2 साल के अंदर कंप्लीट कर देंगे, अरे इतना लिखेंगे उतना लिखेंगे, बिकॉज आवर थिंग विल बी सो ब्रॉड। एंड व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ गाइड? वो पहले कुछ नहीं बोलता, पहले 3-4 महीने तक कुछ नहीं बोलते, बाद में पता चल जाता है कि व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ ए गाइड, what and how clear he is in his thought, and how he directs us, starting from the literature survey to the focused objectives to the so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say that now the even though there are so many things are available in the internet, and but reach a teacher is very dispensable because of the reason a teacher try to ensure that students are able to assimilate the information which he is teaching and which something is available on the public domain through appropriate and timely practice. This is very, very important. Assimilation of the knowledge is more important rather than the information. ठीक है, अभी मैं इसी को सब्सटैंशिएट करने के लिए एक चीज बताता हूँ, वो भी हमारे नए एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में कहा गया। अब आप इसको एक बार स्क्रीन को देख लीजिएगा, आपके सामने 2 पिक्चर्स में दे रहा हूँ। पहला पिक्चर को हम कहते हैं कि सेंट्रलाइज लर्निंग मॉडल। सो इसमें क्या है कि टीचर रहता है, टीचर क्लास में आके ट्रांसमिटिंग द नॉलेज की बात करता है। दूसरे वाले में ट्रांसमिटिंग के नॉलेज के अलावा एक चीज ध्यान रखिए, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, transmitting the knowledge के अलावा, because classroom is very important component in the second learner centric or learning centric environment. So and the teacher has to set up the environment in such a way that apart from the classroom teaching, apart from the learning from the content, apart from learning from the peers, apart from other things, the students can able to learn from several such sources. वो सेल्फ बेस्ड कोर्सेस हो सकता है, पब्लिक इंटरनेट हो सकता है, नॉलेज डेटाबेसेस हो सकता है, थर्ड पार्टी डेटा हो सकता है, पीयर टू पीयर असेसमेंट हो सकता है, एंड ऑफ कोर्स सो ऑन। आई एम जस्ट मेंशनिंग फ्यू ऑफ देम. So what is important to me that this facility, so all these things cannot, even though these things are available there, लाइब्रेरी में बहुत सारे किताबें होते हैं, जो हमारे सर हमें कहते हैं कि बेटा यहाँ जाके ये किताब लेके आओ, तो उन्हीं को पता है उस किताब के अंदर क्या चीज है, वो उस किताब में वो पर्टिकुलर चैप्टर जो ये थीम जो बता रहे हैं उसको एप्लीकेशन लेवल अंडरस्टैंडिंग को मजबूत करने के लिए वो कैसे काम करेगा, वही टीचर ही जानता है. So what I'm trying to say that's the role of, so here in the centralized in the learner centric environment, or we call it as a pull mode of an environment. So this is the need of the hour. So the teacher need to promote this kind of a culture. इसी सिलसिले में एक पिछले किसी कार्यशाला में एक सज्जन का एक सवाल था, सर इतने सारे चीज हम बताएंगे, बच्चे हमारे क्लासेस सुनेंगे क्या? मैंने कहा था कि सर आप टीचिंग में आया सुनवाने के लिए, तो उसके लिए क्या क्या तरीका अपनाते हो और किस किस गुणवत्ता के साथ पढ़ाते हो, कौन कौन सा नवाचार आप करते हो, ये आप सोच लीजिए ना। सी डोंट टेल मी दैट नोबडी इज लिसनिंग, व्हाई दे आर नॉट लिसनिंग? So that means whatever the way you want, and at the same time, without compromising on the quality, without compromising on the diluting the subject level, you should do it. So technology का तो रोल तो यही है ना। टेक्नोलॉजी को लेके किस तरीके से, मैं आपको एक तकनीक बताया। क्लास के पहले मैं तकरीबन 72 घंटे से पहले तो उनको मैं पहले एंगेज करता हूँ। एंगेजमेंट का मतलब था उस हफ्ते में क्या कौन कौन सा टॉपिक्स पढ़ा रहा हूँ, उसका ओवरऑल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्या है, उसको एक्सपेक्टेड आउटकम क्या है, ये कौन सा फॉर्मेट में मैं पढ़ाना चाहता हूँ, उसका इंस्ट्रक्शंस क्या है, और उन लोग उसमें मेरा रोल क्या रहेगा, उसमें हमारे विद्यार्थियों का क्या रोल रहेगा, बहुत क्लियरली समझाता हूँ। और क्लास के बाहर, क्लास के अंदर, क्लास के बाहर इनको क्या करना चाहिए और क्लास के अंदर, इसी को मैं ब्लेंडेड मोड कहता हूँ, इसी को मैं ब्लेंडेड मोड कहता हूँ। क्लास के बाहर मैं कहता हूँ भाई देखिए ये आर्टिकल अवेलेबल है, ये सेम सब्जेक्ट में ये कोर्स भी अवेलेबल है, कोर्सेरा से, एडेक्स से, MIT से, सब फलाना ढिमकाना दुनिया भर के जो कोर्सेस, फर्स्ट क्लास कोर्सेस अवेलेबल है। और वहां से मैं कहता हूँ आपने क्या सीखा है, तो आप जितना ज्यादा एंगेज करोगे, ताकि मैं बेसिक्स को उसमें कंप्लीट करने की कोशिश करता हूं, ताकि मेरे क्लासरूम में आई विल फोकस मोस्टली ऑन द एप्लीकेशन लेवल rather than only talking about the theoretical part of it. Okay, so this is one of the important let me bring back the one of the important quote of Albert Einstein, which I quote on your screen. He said, I do not teach anyone, I only provide the environment which they can learn. So what is important for me, माहौल बनाना। कैसे माहौल बनाते हैं? टीचिंग लर्निंग के लिए माहौल कैसे बनाए दिया जाएगा, उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी को किस हद तक लेना है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि अभी सुनते ही आश्चर्य लगता है, लोग कहते हैं कि पावर बंद, पावर पॉइंट बंद। एक ऐसे ही एक बार 2-3 साल पहले मैं कोई मुक्स की वर्कशॉप के लिए गया था, वहां इत्तेफाक की बात है लाइट गई, मतलब सुबह सुबह कार्यशाला शुरू होने से पहले ही there's a big hue and cry, everybody is saying no, without light how the MOOCs program will start. I said sir, MOOCs program का मतलब आप ऐसा समझ रहे हो कि लैपटॉप ओपन करके एंटर दबाने से तो हो जाएगा? नहीं, आप पहले आपको समझना चाहिए कोर्स को डिजाइन कैसे करना है, डिजाइन के दौरान क्या क्या एस्पेक्ट्स रहेगा। सेकंड, कंटेंट, तो ये पर्टिकुलर आपकी एक्सपेक्टेड आउटकम्स के मुताबिक कौन कौन सा कंटेंट आपको, कितना परसेंटेज कंटेंट आपको डेवलप करना है, डेवलप करने के लिए आपको क्या क्या चीज आपके पास होना चाहिए, और जो सप्लीमेंट्री मटेरियल क्या होना चाहिए। सेकेंड पॉइंट। थर्ड पॉइंट इज डिलीवरी प्लेटफॉर्म। आप कौन सा डिलीवरी प्लेटफॉर्म को यूज कर रहे हो? मूडल को यूज कर रहे हो, गूगल क्लासरूम को यूज कर रहे हो, कैनवस को यूज कर रहे हो, एडमोडो को यूज कर रहे हो, या ब्लैक बोर्ड को यूज कर रहे हो? उसी तरीके से आपके जो मटेरियल को तैयार रखना है, नंबर 1। और पहले वो आपके जो कंटेंट को, डिलीवरी प्लेटफॉर्म को समझना चाहिए बड़ा बारीकी से। और चौथा पॉइंट है ट्रांसैक्शन। कोर्स को ट्रांसैक्ट कैसे किया जाता है, that's very important to me, so that the format, expectations, everything to be known. Next, assessments. What type of assessments can be prepared and what level of assessments need to be prepared? Okay, so how much percentage knowledge level questions, how much percentage application level questions, how much percentage critical thinking kind of questions, how much percentage the analytical thinking kind of questions, ये सारे कौन सोचेगा? और लास्ट में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, स्टूडेंट्स को मोटिवेट कैसे करना, एंगेज कैसे करना। तो मैंने कहा था कि लाइट जाने से तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं, अब जब तक हम डिजाइनिंग, तो मैंने क्या किया था, तकरीबन 100 लोग थे उस पर्टिकुलर कार्यशाला में जो आए थे, उसको अपने सब्जेक्टों के मुताबिक बिठा दिया, साइंस को, सोशल साइंस को, ह्यूमैनिटीज को, लैंग्वेजेस को, इंजीनियरिंग वाले को, मेडिकल वाले को। मैंने कहा था कि पहले लिखो ना, आप ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखो, एक्सपेक्टेड आउटकम लिखो, आपस में बहस करो। 2 दिन लग गए जी, आधे घंटे के अंदर अंदर बिजली आ गई, अलग बात है। तो एक ने उसी दौरान बोला था कि जब मैंने कहा था कि सर जब लाइट नहीं है, मैंने कहा था यही भाषण, यही लेक्चर मैं वहां दे, तो एक हमारे जो मित्र ने बोला, डॉक्टर साहब लाइट नहीं है, पावर नहीं है, पावर पॉइंट कैसे चलाओगे? मैंने कहा था सर मेरे 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 लिखने पढ़ने का जो टाइम जो है बिना पावर के, बिना पावर पॉइंट के 60 हो गए, तो मेरे ऊपर छोड़ दो ना, मैं कैसे पढ़ाऊंगा? मेरा कहने का मतलब ये कि these are all the things are the need of the hour. So unfortunately, what happens? I'm not saying that technology is bad. Technology is definitely need of the hour. But at the same time, we need not be addicted to that. जब एक बार पावर पॉइंट बंद हो गई, पावर पॉइंट बंद हो गई, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? उस दिन क्या है कि मैं 48 मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 6 घंटे बिना लैपटॉप का, बिना पावर पॉइंट का उनको पढ़ाया। क्योंकि जब मैं कई रिसोर्स पर्सन बन के जाता हूँ, ये जो आपके सामने स्क्रीन पे जो दिखा रहा हूँ, ये आपके लिए, मेरे लिए नहीं। ऑलरेडी मेरे पास एक स्क्रिप्ट है, मेरे पास एक स्टोरी है। तो हाउ मुझे मुझे तो 1.5 घंटा समय दिया था, 1.5 घंटे के अंदर अंदर इस चीजों को तो कैसे लेके आना है। तो ये दिस इज व्हाट वी ऑल द टीचर्स आर डूइंग स्पेशली। Okay, now let's try to understand the concept of blended learning, because this is the need of the hour, because my immediate objective is how to improve upon the current mode of teaching, which we are talking about the online mode of delivery. I request you to kindly spare some time to read this. The term blended learning is generally applied to the practice of using both in class and out of class learning experiences. Understand carefully. In class and out of the class learning experiences when teaching students. This is what the blended learning is all about. And also इसको hybrid learning भी कहा जाता है, mixed mode of learning भी कहा। मैंने आपको मेरा दूसरे स्लाइड में जो पोर्टल दिखा दिया था, उसके अंदर मैं यही काम करता हूं। ये वो पोर्टल मेरी आउट ऑफ द क्लास को सपोर्ट कर दे। तो इट इज बेसिकली एन इंस्ट्रक्शनल मेथोडोलॉजी ऑफ डूइंग द थिंग्स। लेट्स ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड ये इन क्लास लर्निंग और आउटसाइड क्लास लर्निंग का मीनिंग क्या है, और इसको हम मतलब प्रैक्टिकल में लाने के लिए हमें क्या क्या करना है। द टर्म इन क्लास लर्निंग, understand, refers to all the activities within the classroom with physical presence of students and teacher, including but not limited to experiences such as teachers explanations, teachers demonstration, large group activities such as brainstorming discussions, small group activities such as group work, problem solving, experiment, etc. ओके, ये टिपिकली हमारे नॉर्मल क्लासरूम में तो ये सारी चीज तो हो ही रहे, इसी को बोलते हैं मैं इन क्लास लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंसेस। सेकंड थिंग इज आउट ऑफ द क्लास लर्निंग। आउट ऑफ द क्लास लर्निंग, इसमें भी 2 मिनट के लिए आप पढ़ने की भी कोशिश कर लीजिएगा। द टर्म आउट ऑफ द क्लास रिफर्स टू ऑल द एक्टिविटीज आउटसाइड द क्लासरूम ऑब्लिक लैब विद नॉन फिजिकल प्रेजेंस ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स, non-physical presence of students, including but not limited to experiences such as accessing resources with or without digital devices. Yes, एक तो डिजिटल डिवाइसेस का मैं आपको बता दूंगा। विदाउट द डिजिटल डिवाइसेस लाइक बुक्स है, न्यूज़पेपर्स है, एंड न्यूज़पेपर्स है, जर्नल्स है, पीडीएफ है, वीडियोस है, ऑडियो फाइल्स है, वेब पेजेस, ई बुक्स, ई जर्नल्स, and getting involved in interaction with peers and community, उसको online collaboration कह दीजिएगा, group projects with classmates outside the classroom, visits to the workshops, offices in surrounding, etc. ये out of the class है, क्योंकि यही मैं ये बार बार ये बात कह रहा हूँ कि इनसाइड द क्लासरूम, आउटसाइड द क्लासरूम, इसको डिटेलिंगली कर रखा है इसमें, सो दैट यू नो is what is important to me, that because the current situation, you know, we don't know when it is going to open. So to make the class interesting, and friends, I just want to tell you, I am a professor of computer science working in a social science and humanities university. Along with my current students, where we have only offering MPhil, PhD, and of course, national, international training programs, I teach computer science as an adjunct faculty in other university, depends on my time. So what I'm trying to see that if you could create this kind of an environment, both in class and outside the classroom, your class, no student is getting bored. Because what I'm trying to say that nobody is going to tell what is need to be done. So it's all depends on how we can improvise upon with that is the purpose of attending this workshops kind of a thing. Okay, look at the objectives of the blended learning. So there are four important things I wish to flag as objectives are there. So the primary objective is to make the process of learning not only impactful but also engaging, interesting, and challenging for the learner. So what is important for the teacher to understand, अपने क्लास को अपने लर्निंग मतलब क्लास को इम्पैक्टफुल कैसे बनाना है, उसमें कॉन्सेप्ट बिल्डिंग के साथ, टूल्स एंड टेक्निक्स डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन के साथ, उनको जो प्रॉब्लम, अभी मैं आपको नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में एक छोटा सा प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट बताता हूं, उसको करने की आप कोशिश कर लीजिएगा आराम से जब भी आपके पास समय मिलता है, क्योंकि ये सारे गाइडलाइंस जो विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोग जो है ना, कभी भी हम सबके पास भेज सकता है ये गाइडलाइंस की बातें, सो दैट वी आर कैन. So how do we make the class engaging? What are the how do we do that? Again, class in the sense, I am not only confining to inside the class, outside the classroom also, and also we should make the class interesting and the challenging also. If you give this kind of an approach, our teaching learning process, I'm going to show some of the techniques also which is going to be used, and that would be very much helpful to do that. So if you look at what the new educational policy is, and what is the reference of this one in the blended learning environment. So given the emergence of digital technologies and the emerging importance of leveraging technology for teaching learning at all levels, from the school education to the higher education, the new educational policy recommends for use of blended models of teaching. This is very, very important. Yeah, out of the blue mini, it is part of the new educational policy implementation. The NEP 2020 states that while promoting digital learning in education, the importance of face-to-face in-person learning is fully recognized. Accordingly, different effective models of blended learning will be identified for appropriate replication for the different subjects. So what is important is some of the things are common, but there are many things where the teacher has to do something in much more creatively and innovative way of doing that. Okay, so we have a fair bit of understanding. There are some more things which we need to have understanding. First and foremost thing, it is a well-planned combination of activities. So because you have something inside the class, you have something outside the class. क्लास के बाहर हमें क्या कराना है, क्लास के अंदर हमें क्या कराना है, इसी दौरान हमें लर्निंग आउटकम्स है, लर्नर सेंट्रिक इंस्ट्रक्शनल एनवायरनमेंट है, इन सारे चीजों को तो ध्यान में रखते हुए करना है. और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट इसके साथ क्या है, दो इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स है इसके अंदर, एक तो टीचर है, दूसरा स्टूडेंट है. तो दोनों जो है बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इसमें निभाएंगे इस पूरा प्रोसेस में. तो टीचर का रोल नॉट जस्ट द ट्रांसमिटर ऑफ द नॉलेज, ही कुड बी ए ट्रेनर एंड ही कुड बी ए गार्डियन. So what is, I think now this is where the change is going to happen, which we are going to, I think these things will happen slowly and steadily, because convincing the people, मैं पिछले 1 मार्च से लेके कल तक तकरीबन 37,000 लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दे चुका हूं, ज्यादातर केसेस में एफडीपी से 2 दिन 3 दिन 4 दिन 6 दिन के वर्ष. तो एक चीज मैंने नोटिस किया था, पहले जमाने में, मतलब 5 साल पहले या कम से कम 2-3 साल पहले, लोगों की रवैया जो है एकदम से बदल गई इसमें से. तो जब आप उनको कन्विंस करोगे, और कन्विंस कैसे करोगे, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू हैव टू कन्विंस योरसेल्फ फर्स्ट. whatever you have been saying, if you could start doing it on your own, then it gets reflected in your talk. As simple as that. Okay, so if you could able to convince our faculty saying that ये सारे मुमकिन है, इसमें ऐसे कोई दिक्कत वाली बात, ठीक है, मसले तो आएंगे, the issues and challenges definitely will come, but once the teacher got convinced, teacher will has to convince the learner also, because learner has to play a major role as far as this is concerned. So there are several responsibilities are there as far as the learner is concerned. Okay, so one is a proactive learning, students became self-learner, and of course, it's a problem solver. The problem-solving experiences and blended learning environment changed the role of a learner from a passive listener to a problem solver. I think let me underline this. I think I forget to underline this. This is a starting from a passive learner and to the problem solver. Okay, this is a very important. One has to understand very clearly into this. Uh, Sorry, I think I made it something wrongly here. Okay, fine. So my point is that how do we? So this is one of the important. It's not only because of the environment. And because of all other factors, the student has to do that. And of course, decision maker also. The blended learning environment with the pool of resources, effective learning problems, and appropriate scaffolding of a teacher demands learner's role as an efficient decision maker, very, very important. While exploring solving very small steps to problems, generally gradually is generally used to develop this. This is very, very important point as such. Now coming to these steps, what are the steps to be implemented? One thing one should avoid is big bang approach. And let's do a small plan, take a baby steps, involve the staff and the students in the process, set clearing goals, have right teaching resources, make the system work for you. And the last but not the least, monitor, refine, and repeat. Okay, so the more you can monitor it, you can refine it and repeat it. See, mistakes we do commit. ऐसा नहीं है गलतियां तो हम तो करेंगे ही करेंगे. तो एक बार जब आप सीखने के जो बात आते हैं उसके बाद हम जो भी चीज है उसको आराम से हम चेंजेस कर सकते हैं. ओके, एडवांटेजेस हमने आपको पहले ही बताया. एक छोटा सा मैं आपको एक एक्टिविटी के लिए मैं आपको डिस्कस करने की कोशिश करता हूं. तो आपको आपके पास समय मिलता है तो इसको एक बार प्रैक्टिकल में लाने की कोशिश कर लीजिएगा. और ये एक्सरसाइज जो है इसको मैं थोड़ा सा आपके चैट बॉक्स में भी इसको मैं डाल दूंगा. आप जब भी आपके पास समय मिलता है. So this is a simple activity which I'm asking you to do this so that when the real time situation really happens and you can take it as an advantage of that. Okay, and this is basically a hands-on activity on. Let me share in your chat box. I'm typing it. DL hands-on. Okay, it's a very simple way of doing it. So there is no much issues are there. So what is the task? Let me give a small problem to you. The problem is let's try to understand. Let's try to design, develop, and deliver a 2 weeks blended learning course with the 4 themes. 4 themes are 4 topics. Using the MOOCs, using the 4 quadrant approach. MOOCs 4 quadrant approach. That's all. Okay. सो आपको 2 हफ्ते के कोर्स को डिजाइन करना है. तो ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग को डिजाइन करने के लिए मैंने आपको मतलब क्या क्या चीज होना चाहिए वो सारे बताया और इसके बाद भी और कुछ चीजें बता दूंगा. और सेकंड पॉइंट इज डेवलप. डेवलप मतलब इसको कंटेंट को डेवलप करना है क्योंकि हमें तो पहले ही कहा था कि ये मूक्स के 4 क्वाड्रेंट इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन अप्रोच हम इसके अंदर लागू करेंगे. 4 क्वाड्रेंट इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन आप सबको पता है. Quadrant 1 is video lectures, quadrant 2 is e-content, quadrant 3 is discussion forum, quadrant 4 is assessments. This is how the entire process is being done. And now next is deliver. तो इस एक बार सारे प्लान बनाने के बाद, कंटेंट आपके पास आने के बाद देन आपको तो इसको डिलीवर करने के लिए आपके सामने गूगल क्लासरूम है, मूडल जैसा लर्निंग मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है, कैनवस है एंड एडमोडो है और ब्लैक बोर्ड है और बहुत सारे आज के तारीख में. बट अगेन everything is not a learning management system, but this is what I precisely just want to say that. और इसके अंदर क्या क्या चीज आपको करना है एक बार इस टेबल की तरफ आप एक बार ध्यान दे दीजिएगा. इस टेबल के अंदर मैं आपसे 3 इंपॉर्टेंट चीज मैं करना चाहता हूँ कंटेंट डेवलपमेंट में. एक तो आपको 3 मिनट का इंट्रोडक्टरी वीडियो एक बनाना पड़ेगा. तो 3 मिनट का इंटरेक्टिव वीडियो क्यों है? क्योंकि अभी तो ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट है, ज्यादातर केसेस में स्टूडेंट्स जो है हमें नहीं पता कि हम क्या कर, तो वी कैन प्रिपेयर स्मॉल फोकस्ड वीडियो. सो व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू मी दैट व्हाट आर द टूल्स आर गोइंग टू बी यूज्ड, दैट इज वन पार्ट. Second part is look at the way I have explained the stuff here. First part is here course name and course theme. मैंने कहा था, मैंने मेरा एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे मैंने न्यूक्लिक एसिड्स लिखा था और थीम 1, थीम 2, थीम 3, थीम 4 चारों चारों थीम्स लिखा था. हर एक थीम का जो एक्सपेक्टेड आउटकम्स यहाँ लिखना है. और अब इसके बाद जो है कंटेंट के बारे में तो हम बात करेंगे. कंटेंट में देखिए आपके सामने दो टाइप की कंटेंट, सॉरी, दी 4 क्वाड्रेंट इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन अप्रोच हम इसको यूज करेंगे. सो 4 क्वाड्रेंट इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन अप्रोच में क्वाड्रेंट 1 में वीडियो लेक्चर्स एंड ऑडियो लेक्चर्स है. तो इसमें क्या कि किसी भी हम सबको पता है, हम कोई भी मटेरियल है उसको पहले एक कोर मटेरियल देते हैं विच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट है, देन वी विल प्रोवाइड दिस सप्लीमेंट्री रीडिंग मटेरियल. Okay, here also in this problem statement also, you know, आपने देखा 5 करके लिखा था मैंने हर टॉपिक के लिए. ये 5 मिनट का मतलब ये सिंपल एक्सरसाइज है, क्योंकि मैं 15 मिनट इसलिए नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि 15 मिनट के लिए बहुत कुछ करना पड़ता है. 5 मिनट का एक फोकस्ड वीडियो बनाना है which is supporting the learning of the learners in which is treated as a core video. उसके अलावा हम तो हर एक थीम के साथ 2 सप्लीमेंट्री रीडिंग मटेरियल भी दे देंगे. सप्लीमेंट्री रीडिंग मटेरियल कहाँ से मिलेंगे? एक, भारत सरकार की डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव्स है, स्वयं प्रभा, नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी, वहां से कुछ गुड क्वालिटी आर्काइवल कंटेंट हम ले सकते हैं. वो वीडियो हो सकता है, टेक्स्ट हो सकता है, ऑडियो हो सकता है, और बहुत सारे बहुत अच्छे गुणवत्ता वाली मटेरियल उसके अंदर अवेलेबल है, उसको यूज करना है. दूसरा जो है एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट आप सबको शायद पता है, क्रिएटिव कॉमन्स लाइसेंसिंग मटेरियल. उसी को हम ओपन एजुकेशनल रिसोर्सेस कहा जाता है. So you can do that. So for every theme, as far as video and audio is concerned, one text material, one video which you have developed, which is a core video and supported by 2 supplementary material. The same thing for the text also. आप अपने पीपीटी हो, आप अपने पीडीएफ हो, आप अपने आर्टिकल्स हो जो पब्लिश है या कुछ रेडी टू पब्लिश हो, वो सारी चीज दे दीजिएगा एज ए कोर मटेरियल. एंड ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन प्रोवाइड ए वेरी गुड क्वालिटी सप्लीमेंट्री मटेरियल. नाउ कमिंग टू द थर्ड कंपोनेंट इज डिस्कशन फोरम. क्लासरूम के अंदर तो आप डिस्कस तो कर सकते हो स्टूडेंट्स के पास, क्लासरूम के बाहर कैसे करोगे? So this learning management systems are having, especially Moodle jaisa learning management system is having such a wonderful option like discussion forum, which is a collaborative learning environment where the doubts of the students will be answered in near real-time basis. But what I am suggesting here, because हमारा कोर्स का जो टोटल ड्यूरेशन 2 वीक्स है, ये 2 हफ्ते वाली कोर्स में हम 4 टॉपिक्स पढ़ाएंगे. तो पहले हफ्ते 2 टॉपिक पढ़ाएंगे, दूसरे हफ्ते 2 टॉपिक पढ़ाएंगे. पहले हफ्ते के 2 टॉपिक्स के लिए एक केस स्टडी, वो हिस्टोरिकल हो सकता है, डेवलपमेंटल हो सकता है और प्रैक्टिकल हो सकता है, बट स्टूडेंट्स टू डिस्कस ऑन इन ए वर्चुअल मोड आउटसाइड द क्लासरूम, आउटसाइड द क्लासरूम एक्टिविटी के लिए ये डिस्कशन फोरम को हम यूज कर सकते हैं. और लास्ट वाले ऑप्शन है वेयर वी कैन एबल टू यूज दैट the assessments also can be done more significantly, and this can be used. And what is there is land where learning from the different contexts was significant in the integrated part of it. Yeah, of course, there's a limitation present in colleges and furthermore in online education that ICT. Yes, definitely. I think who was and Dr. Abhishek. I think definitely this will play a major role. So what is important is now low cost hardware devices are available. Second thing is now under National Educational Technology Forum, you are aware of that. This is part of the new educational policy. One of the key recommendations on that, they are working on low cost hardware. They are also working on the cheap bandwidth where students and parents and everything can be able to afford it. See, there are many things which we cannot happen within that 60 minutes or 90 minutes of the classroom. But what is important is using this one into the classroom. Like for example, I'll tell you one small interesting thing. I think since thanks to Dr. Abhishek, he has asked this question. Day before yesterday, night around 11:30 around, I received one WhatsApp message. उसका मैसेज का सारांश ये था, मैं पिछले महीने किसी टेक्नोलॉजिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में 3 दिन की कार्यशाला किया था, टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड टीचिंग लर्निंग के ऊपर. तो उसमें मूडल पढ़ाया. मूडल में उनको मैंने एक ओपन बुक एग्जामिनेशन और क्विज बनाने की. तो सब लोगों ने सीख तो लिया था, बट उनका वहां से रिक्वायरमेंट ये था 11:30 बजे की बात में रात में. तो मुझे कहा जाता है, डॉक्टर साहब आप एक छोटा सा मूडल में ओपन बुक एग्जामिनेशन कैसे किया जाता है स्टेप वाइज, और क्विज भी कैसे सेट किया जाता है. कल हम तकरीबन 800 से 1000 लोगों को टेस्ट देने वाले हैं, तो आपसे मेहरबानी होगी इसका इंस्ट्रक्शन हमें दे दिया जाए. उन्होंने क्या कहा था, डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन वीडियो. ये प्रोसेस मैंने कुछ नहीं किया. 11:30 बजे मैसेज आया, बस मैं बेडरूम से लिविंग रूम में गया, लैपटॉप ऑन किया, पहले एक किताब निकाल के कलम लेके 4 बिंदु लिखा था. मतलब मूडल में ओपन बुक एग्जामिनेशन को सेट करने के लिए एक डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन वीडियो में क्या क्या चीज होना चाहिए, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, क्विज सेट करने में क्या क्या चीजों की जरूरत. मुझे 3 मिनट लगा वीडियो को बनाने में, 1 मिनट लगा मेरा मेरा यूट्यूब में पोस्ट करने, और 1 मिनट लगा उनके साथ शेयर करने में. और मैंने स्क्रीन कैप्चरिंग के बहुत सारे सॉफ्टवेयर अवेलेबल है, उनको एक्सप्लेनेशन के साथ साथ मैं एक डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट करता रहा. मुझे मुश्किल से 3 मिनट लगा दोनों को सेट करने में. एक 1.5 मिनट, मुश्किल से 2 मिनट मान के चलिए, 2 + 2 4 मिनट में टोटल 5 मिनट के अंदर काम खत्म हो गया. और अगले दिन जो है, मैं जब यूनिवर्सिटी जा रहा था, रास्ते में एक मैसेज मिला जिस सज्जन का, डॉक्टर साहब बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, हम सक्सेसफुली ये आपके जो डिमॉन्स्ट्रेटिव वीडियो से हमारा हौसला इतना बढ़ा कि भाई हम जो गलत नहीं कर रहे, सही रास्ते पे चल रहे. So what I'm trying to say now, this is the need of the hour. So facilitation is more important. Yes, we may be telling lot of things, but what is important to us, how do we facilitate? मतलब ठीक है, रात में 11:30 बजे किसी का व्हाट्सएप मैसेज आ जाता है, जनरली हमें लगता है यार बताने अगले दिन करें, क्योंकि अगले दिन उनको प्रैक्टिकल में लाना है वो चीज को. तो that's where the role of a teacher, I'm saying that, and that's where the technology enability in the teaching learning process, so that if you could able to do this kind of things, then it will be having a lot of value addition to that. Okay, so this is one of the exercise which I wish you can try to spend if you have a time to do the needful. Okay, so here, as I already mentioned to you, that pedagogy, pedagogy is definitely going to play a major role. I'm going to talk about 2 pedagogical applications in this one. So what is important is, before getting into the pedagogical mode, one thing I just want to say, in order for blended teaching learning successful, both teachers and learners must have to accept the new roles in the teaching learning relationship, and the faculty must be willing to release the control of learning to the students. Very important statement I often used to say here. What is the statement is all about means, teacher is a very important source of information, no doubt about it. But at the same time, what I'm trying to say, that there are so many options are available. You got exposed as a teacher. Try to create that environment so that learning happens. A focused, outcome-based, hands-on, practical learning. Because when you look at the job market, I'm not only talking about our engineering graduates. I'm more concerned about the other subjects also. Because of course in engineering we have outcome based education, and but in other cases also, thanks to UGC initiative like learner centric curriculum framework is there. But what is more important to me, that how do we make it more practical, how do we make it more feasible, how do we impress upon the students by आप ये अब देखिए कोई भी 12वीं पास करने के बाद भी या डिग्री पास करने के बाद भी इंजीनियरिंग का 3 साल के नॉर्मल डिग्री हो, 4 साल का डिग्री हो, 5 साल के जो एमबीबीएस हो, इन तीनों चीजों में एक ही चीज कहा जाता है कि भाई आप मुझे करके दिखाओ। सीधी सी बात है, सीधी सी बात है। सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से दैट दिस प्रोसेस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एंड आपने भी पिछले साल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सितंबर महीने में जो नया शिक्षा नीति के शिक्षा पर्व के दौरान कुछ बातें जो कहा था, मैं इसका यहाँ उल्लेख करना चाहता हूँ। उसमें जो 21वीं शताब्दी के स्किल्स के बारे में, तो 21वीं शताब्दी के स्किल्स जो है, जैसे कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग है, स्टूडेंट फेसिंग है, टीम बिल्डिंग है, फलाना, सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ, they also can be included into this part of this. When it comes to the core components, it's like a triangle. So you have hardware, of course. Management of these hardware devices is very, very important, effective utilization, and at the same time we need to inculcate the culture of effective utilization of webcams and microphones among the students. In many workshops, I'm very happy that in this workshop, it has been managed so nicely, thanks to the organizers and thanks to the direction of the Honorable Vice Chancellor sir and the Director sir and many other wonderful faculty members who has been managing the organizing. But many times what happened, people are not, ये उनकी गलती भी नहीं है, उनको कोई गलती भी नहीं, उनको नहीं पता कि वेबकैम को ऑन कैसे करना है, और माइक्रोफोन ऑन होता है उसके बाद बहुत से, क्योंकि ये तो वर्किंग फ्रॉम होम चल रहा है, और कुत्ता भौंकता है, पिल्ली म्याऊं करता है, पीछे से आवाज भी आती है, और बच्चों की आवाज, मामा जी, मामी जी, बुआ जी, फूफा जी, पूरे घर के अंदर जितने सारे उनके सारे, अरे मेरे घर की आवाज आप तक पहुंचाने की क्या जरूरत है? एंड मेनी पीपल मे नॉट बी अवेयर ऑफ दैट, एंड वेबकैम मेरा ऑन करके अब कुछ और काम करते रहते हैं। व्हाट इज दिस? इट आल्सो पार्ट ऑफ द एटीट्यूडनल पार्ट ऑफ इट। This is very, very, I feel it personally, probably I may be wrong. So we may not be knowing it, how to use it, these things. And at the same time, हम बच्चों के ऊपर तो गुस्सा करते हैं, नहीं ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, वैसा नहीं होना चाहिए। So I think you should be a role model first, and we should mold it. And again मैं कह रहा हूँ, ये कोई गलत नहीं है, because हम सारे लोगों को तो नहीं पता ये चीज, क्योंकि पिछले 1.5 साल से ही बड़े पैमाने पे इसको हम यूज कर रहे हैं, पहले भी तो छोटा पैमाने पे यूज करते थे। Second point is software. So there are two important things. The software means not actually the enabling environments anyway I mentioned, but my objective of this software is, first one is to support this synchronous learning. So synchronous learning, it is the model only we have been using it. And the second point is to support the asynchronous learning. So software ki two important components. Synchronous learning means it could be face-to-face classroom, or it could be using this Skype, Zooms and all that classroom. Second point is about the asynchronous. This is where the बोरियत बच्चे कहने लगे, टीचर्स कहने लगे, वो दूर हो जाएगा। और इट्स नॉट ओनली शेयरिंग द पीपीटी, कई बार टीचर्स कहने लगे अब पूरा एक्सटेंसिव पीपीटी बनाया। पीपीटी इज ओनली टू फैसिलिटेट द क्लास। आई हैव अ स्ट्रॉन्ग ओपिनियन ऑन दैट, बिकॉज अभी देखिए अब तकरीबन 1.5 घंटा हो गया, मैं पीपीटी को पढ़ नहीं रहा हूँ, मुश्किल से कुछ बातें तो आपको, क्योंकि वो उसको समझाने की ज्यादातर केसेस में आई एम बिल्डिंग अप द कॉन्सेप्ट अराउंड दैट पीपीटी डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन। That's very, very important. So what is this asynchronous? Main advantage of this asynchronous learning is which creates the environment to pursue the students beyond the classroom. And beyond the classroom means basically it is helpful for the apply the learning. Recorded lectures are useful, e-content is useful, simulations are there. So what is the advantage? Very important advantage of asynchronous is if you get engage the students outside the classroom, and when they come to the class, in class, that 60 minutes could be useful very productively. Otherwise क्या होता है, कुछ 60 मिनट में if you provide if you engage the students with the basics very clearly, आप 60 मिनट में उस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक के एप्लीकेशन के ऊपर दे सकते हो, एप्लीकेशन को डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट कर सकते हो, और कोई ऐसे एल्गोरिथम डिस्कस कर सकते हो, उसके साथ एप्लीकेशन कैसे रहेगा. Okay, this is where the process can be done. The tools which facilitates this: Moodle, a learning management system; Google Classroom, Canvas, Edmodo, Blackboard, and so on and so forth. Second important point is convenience of access. For every student learning pace is different, learning space is different, learning time is different. And I can tell you one thing, unfortunately, some of us are stamping the students, they are rural students, usko hindi ke alawa kuch bhi samajh mein nahi aata, isko urdu ke alawa kuch bhi samajh mein nahi aata, but everything learns. Student har ek apne apne pace mein chalta hai, अपने अपने स्पेस में लर्न करता है, अपने अपने टाइम पे लर्न करता है. तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि इसी के लिए, इसलिए कहता हूँ, पेशेंस की जरूरत है, परसिवरेंस की जरूरत है. एकदम से रातों रात में तो नहीं बन पाएंगे. और जिसको हम कहते हैं, आदि शंकराचार्य ने कुछ बात कहा था कई साल पहले, सृष्टि में कोई दोष नहीं है, अपने दृष्टि में दोष है. So we look at saying that many times I was little pained. Some of the teachers are commenting about some of the students, which is very painful to me. ये देहाती है, इनको समझ, अरे सबको समझ में आता है सर, समझाना अपना काम है. ठीक है, उनको हिंदी में ही समझ में आ रहा है, हिंदी में ही बोलो ना, किसने कहा था. And always I used to say that you stand on your strength. Don't talk about. I am not saying that learning the other language is not bad. Like मैं हिंदी भाषी तो नहीं हूं ना, अंग्रेजी भाषी हूं, और मैं सारे चीज सीखा. और डेली हमारे घर में 2 अंग्रेजी अखबार, 2 हिंदी अखबार, 2 साउथ के अखबार आते हैं. मैं कम से कम आधा पौना घंटा उसमें बिताता हूँ, हर एक शब्द को नोट करता हूँ, नोट करके मेरे नोटबुक में लिखता हूँ. जहां जहां मौका मिलता है मैं इसको प्रयोग करने की कोशिश करता हूँ, ताकि मेरे शब्दकोश बढ़ जाए. तो मेरा कहने का ये तो सारी कोशिश है, ऐसा नहीं एकदम से रातों रात. तो यू बी ए रोल मॉडल, आप खुद करते रहो. आपको देखे, जैसे एक कहावत है, मतलब गांव में बचपन से ही हमारे दादाजी भी कहते थे, तो मेरे पापा को बोलता था कि बेटा अभी किसी को मत बताओ बेटे को, आप जो करते रहो वो करेंगे, जब आप बोलेंगे वो नहीं करेंगे, जब आप जो करेंगे वो आपके साथ आएंगे. This is equally applicable to our own students in the class. Whether use the technology, effective use of technology, and how the students take the advantage of the technology. This is again a need of our understanding. Next important point is collaborative learning. These are all the things I feel it as part of the building the competencies of the teachers. Most of the teachers are doing. I'm not saying it's not, but most of the teachers are still at a confusion state. And many times they used to ask me one question, sir, ye chalta hai? I said 100% chalta hai. When you go to the class with a complete thorough understanding and complete confidence of yourself, your class will deliver. The words will deliver. जब आप आधा अधूरा, भाई पता नहीं चलता है, नहीं चलता है, होता है नहीं होता है, then it creates a doubt on yourself. And so similarly, collaborative learning. And what I'm trying to say that, one of the important, deeper understanding of MOOCs is discussion forum. What is the study says, many students are not taking the complete advantage of the discussion forum because of one reason. We never have that kind of a scenario in our own system. So for example, if a IIT is offering a course, a IM is offering a course, our JNU, Jamia, Delhi University, NIPA, many such institutions are offering some excellent online and MOOC courses. And these are being, a lot of effort is driven on that while designing, developing and delivering. So what I might try to understand that we need to encourage the students to go extra mile to learn while excellent courses are being offered. अभी तक क्या स्थिति है, 20% up to 20% of the credits स्वयं कोर्सेस को लेके अपना सकते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स ले सकते हैं एक सेमेस्टर में. अभी नया शिक्षा नीति में क्या चीज आ गया, अप टू 40%. मतलब मोटे तौर की बात कर रहा हूँ, 4 कोर्सेस एक सेमेस्टर में आप ऑफर कर रहे हो, उसमें से 2 कोर्सेस स्वयं के अंदर जा रहे हैं. अभी तो ऑलरेडी एक तो जा रहे हैं, और जिस संस्थाओं ने इसको अपनाया, सो 2 कोर्सेज जाने वाले हैं, तो बाकी बचा 2 कोर्सेज। तो हम इंस्टेड ऑफ सेइंग दैट स्वयं में तो इसमें इतना ये प्रॉब्लम है, हम उसमें से कुछ चीजों को अपने सिस्टम पे लागू करने की कोशिश करेंगे। एक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग, लर्निंग फ्रॉम द कंटेंट, learning from the teacher, learning from the peers is very, very important component. So these are all some of the tools. I think, I hope many of you must have aware of that. Something like the blogger.com and blogging के लिए, और sticky notes के लिए Jamboard. Jamboard is an excellent collaborative learning platform which is integrated with our Gmail. Similarly, IdeaFlip and Linoit. For the shared documents, ये तो हम तो कर ही रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग, Google Docs, Google Sheet, Google Slides, and also something like Etherpad, Scatterspoke, Idea Boards, and very, very easy to use tools. And whatever the tools I mentioned here, almost the learning curve is flat. ऐसा नहीं कि इसके लिए तो बड़े पैमाने पे समझना चाहिए, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. और similarly for the concept mapping and mind mapping, Miro hai, Google Drawing hai, Concept, these things will facilitate the collaborative learning. These things will facilitate the user-generated content. That's how. And for the comprehensive activity tools like Padlet, of course, we have been using the Padlet. The good question is, some of them are free, some of them are proprietary, but they will be coming. For example, if you look at the Padlet, initially everything is free. Now they made it 3 users free. तो कम से कम एक बार पहले माहौल तो बना दो, सब इनको पैडलेट को यूज करके, पैडलेट को यूज करने से पहले जैमबोर्ड को यूज करो. आजकल तो दिल्ली में, क्योंकि हमारे बच्चे भी इसको यूज कर रहे हैं, कॉलेजेस में ये सारे चीज बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे चल रहे हैं, एक कोलैबोरेटिव वर्किंग एनवायरनमेंट जैमबोर्ड को लेके, ये सारी चीजों को हम इसको प्रैक्टिकल में लेके आ सकता है. As far as the teacher is concerned, again, whatever I have been talking about, उसके अलावा की बात करो, good subject knowledge, which is non-negotiable. And when we are moving towards the online mode, blended mode, or completely MOOCs mode, what is important is the teacher, whether he or she must be a good subject expert, deeper understanding, and both theoretical and practical and application oriented. Okay. Second point is, now since we want to move towards this one, the second point is about the understanding of whether blended learning हो या online courses हो या MOOCs courses हो, इन तीनों के लिए उसके इकोसिस्टम को समझना बहुत बहुत जरूरी है. उसके अंदर क्या होता है, कौन कौन सा क्रिटिकल कंपोनेंट है, कौन कौन सा एसेंशियल कंपोनेंट्स. देन एक्वायरिंग द नेसेसरी कॉम्पिटेंसीज फॉर डिजाइनिंग, डेवलपिंग एंड डिलीवरिंग. मतलब कोर्स को डिजाइन करने के लिए क्या क्या चीज हमें, अभी मैंने कई सारे बातें बताए. कोर्स डेवलप करने के लिए हमें क्या क्या करना है, कोर्स डिलीवरी करने के लिए, मतलब जिस प्लेटफॉर्म को आप लेते हो, क्लास के अंदर, क्लास के बाहर, और एक तो लर्निंग मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है, उसके अलावा कई सारे जो तौर तरीके हैं, तकनीकी टेक्निक्स हैं, तो उन सारे चीजों को अपनाना कैसे, कोर्स प्लानिंग एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वर्बल एंड नॉन वर्बल प्रेजेंटेशन स्किल्स, कोलैबोरेटिव टीम वर्क, क्वेश्चनिंग स्ट्रेटजीज, ये सारे चीज जो है आज के तारीख में ये वेरी मच अवेलेबल है, उसके टूल्स भी अवेलेबल. तो सबसे अभी जो लेटेस्ट, जैसे एक जो काफी फिल्मी डायलॉग है, लेट में सीख रहा हूँ, लेटेस्ट सीख रहा हूँ, इस तरीके का. So when we learned all these things, it was not that level. Now you are learning these things, and it's so many things are available for that purpose. So the second point, because we have a limited time, let me just flip some of the things much quickly, is about the pedagogies. So blended learning supports several pedagogical approaches. One of the pedagogical approach is the flipped classroom, which is a very important activity. So, and this is a perfect fit to this in classroom and outside the classroom, where materials are introduced well in advance. And of course, there are certain steps. I'm just skipping that because of the paucity of the time. The second, I'm just mentioning two approaches. One is about the second pedagogy is the learner-centric pedagogical model, which was developed by our good friends in IIT Mumbai, and which is a very nice a model for planning, designing, and conducting the learner-centric courses. One of the central theme of this particular thing would be, like for example, we have been providing a lot of resources to our students. Okay, video resources. What is important to me, let me just spend some 2 minutes on this, and if time permits, I will. Madam, can you please, how much time I have for?
Sir, we are having means next 15 minutes in hand.
Okay.
And
Okay. I'll try to finish by 1 o'clock. No problem. The reason why I'm telling, at least let me tell you one of few tools, which is, see what happened. Generally, we have been providing a lot of resources to the students, mostly the video resources, and all these video resources are supporting the passive learning. Very, very important part of it. So what I'm trying to say that, can we provide the interactions on the top of it? So if we, what is the purpose of interaction? I'm not talking about the assessment kind of a thing. No, the video is 10 minutes duration. And in this 10 minutes duration, the presenter has highlighted three important aspects. One, basics, second, advanced, third one, application level. So once, because of the 3 minutes, first 3 minutes he spent on the basics, next 3 minutes he spent on the advanced component, and last 4 minutes, last 3 minutes, he talked about the application level of understanding. And of course, he concludes his lecture. So what is the interaction I'm talking about? पहला 3 मिनट कंप्लीट करने के बाद एक छोटा सा वीडियो, एक छोटा सा इंटरैक्टिव ऑप्शन लाइक क्विज आ जाए, उसमें हम देख रहे हैं पिछले 3 मिनटों में जिस विषय को लेके प्रेजेंटर ने बताया, उसमें आपको क्या समझ में आ गई। एक क्विज दे सकते, एक पोल दे सकते हो, या एक ओपन एंडेड क्वेश्चन दे सकते हो। इससे क्या हो गया, ये तो पैसिव मोड ऑफ लर्निंग एक्टिव मोड ऑफ लर्निंग में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा। This is what I'm saying. And this process enables you to create that. Let me demonstrate that process quickly. So to do this, what is important is you need to identify a simple video from the system. And let me take, I opened youtube.com, and I found something like structural engineering. I'll see that there are structural engineering basics. Yes, it's one of the there is a video of 7 minutes 40 seconds video is available. Just select this video, and okay, and what is important to me, that please go through the video 2-3 times, because as I already mentioned to you, generally the concept is some videos are only focusing on the basics, some videos are having basics plus advanced, some videos are basic plus advanced plus application. This video 7 minutes 40 seconds is having all three components. So आपको पहले 3 मिनट में, अभी देखिए 7 मिनट 40 सेकंड है इस वीडियो का, तो पहला 3 मिनट में इन्होंने बेसिक्स बताया, और उसके अगले 3 मिनट में, मतलब 6 मिनट, अगले 3 मिनट में उस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक का एडवांस्ड कंपोनेंट बताया, और बाकी बचा 1.5 मिनट 1 मिनट 40 सेकंड में इन्होंने उसके एप्लीकेशन, उस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्सेप्ट के एप्लीकेशन को समझाने के लिए कोशिश किया था। तो ये जब मैंने पढ़ा था, मुझे तो ये चीज समझ में आ गई। So what I can able to do is, let's plan that what type of interactions can be created. So this is where I'm talking. No technology does on its own. It is the role of a teacher who can do all these things. So you prepare it, and plan some questions, and copy the video URL. The tool which is facilitating this kind of application is, there is a tool, there are several tools are available. So one of the tool which is very popular to provide this kind of engagement of the learners is vizia.co. And because of the paucity of the time, I'm just skipping some of the introductory part of it. So in this vijia.com, what you can do is, you can see on the right side, there is an option called login. You just click on the login. It is prompting you to take, logged into the system. Either you can use your Gmail account or you can get registered yourself. I am logging in through my Gmail account. And I have logged into this. So with this login, I could able to access the course. I have gone into inside the. So in my videos, like you can see, there are several interactive videos I have prepared. These videos are on the top of the YouTube video. I have provided interaction. Understand carefully. So I have not changed any YouTube videos, because instead of providing the videos which is facilitating the passive learning, I want to provide the activity-based learning or interactive learning, so that, and also capturing the inputs provided by the students, so that it will be helpful for me to refine my class. This is what my idea is all about. So how can this process can be done? You can see there is an option called new video here. Just click on the new video. यहाँ आपके सामने एक ऑप्शन आता है ऐड ए न्यू वीडियो. इसमें कहा जाता है एंटर द लिंक ऑफ दिस वीडियो, वंस वी इंपोर्ट वी कैन स्टार्ट एडिंग द इंटरेक्शंस. जो YouTube से जो लिंक मैंने कॉपी करके लेके आया, उस लिंक को मैं यहाँ पेस्ट किया. पेस्ट करने के बाद इसको कंटिन्यू करता हूँ. इसको कंटिन्यू करने के बाद उसपे देखिए आपके सामने जो वीडियो आपने 7 मिनट 40 सेकंड का वीडियो आप यहाँ vgr.co में इंपोर्ट हो गई. अब इंपोर्ट होने के बाद थोड़ा 2-3 मिनट लगता है, क्योंकि वहां से इंपोर्ट होना था. इससे पहले हम 2-3 चीजों को समझने की कोशिश करेंगे. यहाँ देखिए एडिट नेम करके ऑप्शन है. आप इस वीडियो को क्या नाम देना चाहते हो, इस वीडियो का नाम आराम से आप इसको यहाँ दे दीजिएगा, मतलब इस पर्टिकुलर वीडियो का नाम. और दूसरा जो है शेयर करके ऑप्शन है. दिस ऑप्शन कैन बी यूज्ड after you put the interaction. This link can be shared with your students, either their WhatsApp call or their learning management system, or any option can be given to that. And if you want to use this iframe, that embedded code of this particular video, जो वीडियो आपके सामने जो इंटरैक्टिव बनाने के बाद जो वीडियो आपको मिलेगा, उसको दे सकते हो. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है, इफ यू वांट टू कैप्चर द ऑप्शंस ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स, एंड सो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, यहाँ देखिए सबसे नीचे एक ऑप्शन है गेट वीडियो. इस गेट वीडियो को एक बार मैं एनेबल करता हूँ, so that any student who is going to look at this video has to get logged in. So whatever the inputs he has been, एक second, मैं अभी वीडियो probably it is taking little more time. I don't know what is the reason. Generally इतना टाइम नहीं लेता है, और एक सेकंड हो सकता है because a lot of things are. Oh fine, this video has been imported here. ठीक है. अब नीचे देखिए एक टाइम स्टैम्प है, और टाइम स्टैम्प को आगे से, क्योंकि मैं अब देखिए जब when I'm moving my cursor, so there is a pop-up is also running around that. Means for example at 1 minute 2 minute में, exactly at 2 minutes after completion of the exactly 1 minute 59 seconds, I want to put a test. It could be a quiz, it could be a poll, it could be an open-ended question, or it could be a call to action. So मैं quiz बनाता हूँ इधर. So quiz का मतलब है, so my question is, what is your understanding on programming logic technique? Because the first 3 minutes, the person has talking about the programming logic technique. I said, I also gave the options tool, technique, and process, all the above. Okay, मैं इसको एक बार सेव किया. सेव करने के बाद, can you see here? There is a reflection spot has been created here. So if you run this video, for example, if he comes up to this, if he comes up to this, see what happened. So oh, sorry, the moment he, no, let me preview it. Yeah, sorry, let me preview it. When see, because I have enabled the guest access. 1 minute, a gate video, I want to remove this. Just a minute. So 1 minute. Let me remove this gate option. Let me preview this. When I preview this video, yes, there's a reflection spot is available. And when we come up to this, see what is going to happen. That's all. The moment he completed the 3 minutes or 2 minutes of the reading of the video, immediately there is a there is a quiz has been appearing in front of you. I ask some questions, okay, and I'll take all of them, and if I say continue. So what happens here, if my student go back, so if I enable the gate video kind of a thing, so students can go back and what all the input students have provided and has been included into this part of it. Okay, so this is how the process of using the technology in this things is being created. I think, friends, that's all I wish to say. A lot of things to say. That's all I should confine it. But again, let me conclude by saying the 3 important things are required: the conceptual understanding and understanding of the tools and techniques, and implementing those things. And to do all these things, one is simple. One thing very important is the confidence and the trust into the system. It's technology is only enabler, technology is only facilitator, but the teacher, who is a very important component of the teaching learning process, and he has to play a major role. Any other questions? Already I think I tried to answer the questions, comments in the chat box. If you have any specific questions are there, next 4 minutes I wish to answer.
Participant, if you have any query, you can raise your questions. And definitely Professor Srinivas will try to answer all the questions. He is running short of time, but still we are trying to have time from him.
I try to answer some of the questions, madam, when they are putting in the chat box. So parallelly while giving the lecture, yeah.
Okay, sir, I will read the question for you.
Yeah,
here is one question. How does one?
Yeah.
On,
yes, please, ma'am.
Yeah, there is one question by Mr. Abhishek Srivastavaji. Yeah. How does one can balance offline and online?
I could. Yes, I could able to read it, ma'am. See, what is important? What is important, Abhishek ji? I think if you can read the 2 slides which I'm talking about, inside the classroom and outside the classroom, I think if you could able to balance those things, but unfortunately what is happening is the teachers are also providing everything into this. So I think there is I don't know, I didn't ask you here. Generally in my workshops, I refuse the people to take the photographs. जब आप फोटोग्राफ ले लोगे तो आपका जो गैलरी में जाएगा, आप 2 मिनट लिखोगे तो वो आपके जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग में जाए. I think we need to encourage, while the teacher is providing a video lecture, or teacher has provided or giving a extempore lecture in the classroom, a live lecture. It is, I think we need to ask the students to write down, take a notebook next to them and write down the these things, so that we can minimize the time. Or at the same time, it all depends on individual interest. So again, the culture has to be created, the environment has to be set. And like, in my case, some of the days are non-mobile days. So morning generally, sometime I have not even touched the mobile. Of course, I am part of many such. So that's how we can start creating that. When the students keep writing the silent features of the presentation on the notebook, which is missing. People are taking a snapshots of what PPT is saying. If they can keep writing it and also take the notes of the discussion which is being happening, I think that would be minimize the screen time. I must tell. Apart from that, yes, because if you implement the blended learning environment, having both the options, that would be very positive sign to minimize the screen time. I hope I answered your questions.
Definitely. Now, I would like to call, sir, this session was really very informative. All participants, they are appreciating, and I am really thankful to you that you accepted our invitation out of busy schedule. You try to have 2 hours for we people, and definitely.
There is one more question. I think somebody is saying, sir, whenever I take online class, I can't be satisfied. I can't be so how can I motivate myself? 1 minute. I can't satisfy. I think can't be explained without board. I think I missed in this class. Generally, when I am using the Zoom, I am using the whiteboard. I keep writing many things in the whiteboard, and I have a pen tab which is there. I keep writing in the pen tab. Second thing is when I'm using the Google Classroom, I Google Meet, I keep using the Jamboard. When I'm using the Cisco WebEx, there is a whiteboard is available. I think you can start. Don't get into. Have you ever thought that I'm giving a online lecture? As simple as that. So it's all depends on our mindset, madam. It all depends on how you can take it. You can use the whiteboards, you can use the Jamboards, you can use the highlighters, you can use the annotate things, all these things which will enhance the process. At the same time, हमें खुद को लगता है कि भाई जब तक हम बोर्ड में ना लिखे हमें तसल्ली नहीं होगी. I think, madam, I can, if you permit me, I'll take leave because I have another session lined up. I had to quickly.
That definitely, but for formal
Sure.
vote of thanks,
Please,
I would
please.
like to invite from our institute, Ma'am Anamika Chaturvedi, and definitely after that we will be leaving the session. And participant, you can join our next session exact at sharp 2 o'clock. I have shared the feedback link in the chat box. Please fill the chat that feedback link also. And over to you, Anamika, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you very much, sir. It was a wonderful session, very informative session. Today, we got to learn your synchronizing and asynchronizing method, how we can make our classroom, online classroom, more than offline classroom. So it is so, it was so interesting, very much interesting session, sir. And your tools help. Definitely, I'm going to say, more of our faculty member will be agree with me. Your session, which is based on tools and techniques and blended teaching learning method, it was very informative for all of us. And I'll love to hear more of you and more of your session regarding online teaching. So I would request you to thank you all of participants to listening patiently. I am sure no need to have patience because session was so interesting, so interactive. So everybody was, I'm sure, listening your lecture, sir. And thank you very much for joining us. And your thoughts were so new, and it gives new paradigm to online teaching. So thank you very much to joining us, and I'll offer all the faculty members to open their camera that we can have a picture clip with Srinivasan sir.
Yes, sir.
So we want to capture this moment that we have heard you. It was so interesting session, sir.
Really, this session was very interesting. All the participants, they are appreciating. Means you are a sea of knowledge, and we try to have some drops out of that.
Definitely. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
So okay, now ma'am.
Take a snapshot of that.
Yes, sir. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Monica ma'am, you can say, please faculty join by 2 o'clock sharp for the next session, and you can stop the.
Yeah, the link will be same. The link will not be changed. However, there is a break for 1 hour from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So all the participant can join this the same link at 2 p.m. for the next session. Okay, thank you everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon, Anamika. How are you?
Very much fine, sir. Nice to see you.
Nice
I'm
to see
just,
you too after such a long gap.
yes, sir. But you are still the same. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting the request. So
Thank you
let's
so much.
start, sir.
Yes.
Oh,
May I share my screen?
sir, let me
Okay,
start.
okay.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let's start with some quotes. Education is the most powerful weapon we can use. Education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. I, Anamika Chaturvedi, welcome you all in the second session of One Day Workshop on Information and Communication Technology in Higher Education. So, by learning, you will teach, and by teaching, you will learn. So, today we are gathered here to learn some new concept on blended learning. The topic of second session is opportunities and challenges of blended learning in higher educational institution. For this session, we have with us Professor Dr. Rajan Yadav. Dr. Rajan Yadav is a professor and head of department at Delhi School of Management, Delhi Technological University. He is graduated from Delhi University and obtained his master degree in business management from MD University and awarded PhD in the area of organized retail. Professor Yadav is actively involved in teaching, research, and administration more than 20 years. Sir has passion for research. He has published around more than 30 Scopus Web of Science Index research paper in Emerald, Springer, Turner and Francis, InterScience, Wiley and Sage publication, etc. He has authored a book on retail management and edited another on transforming organization to flexible system management published by Springer. Professor Yadav is currently principal investigator of two major research projects sponsored by Department of Science and Technology and a joint project funded by IIT Delhi, Bill Melinda Gates Foundation on mental health issue among young students. Professor Yadav loved to advise startups, especially in the marketing domain. The most recent one is Chai Hana in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and Yala, an organic cow milk startup brand in Delhi. So, his research profile, publication, citation you can access from his Google Scholar home. So, we welcome you, sir, for the second session. Now, stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anamika. Let me share my screen with you.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. I'm stopping here.
Yeah.
I request all the attendees to please join hurry up.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Due to bandwidth related issues, let me stop the video. Okay. Thank you for the lovely words, Anamika. I really grateful to the UPIT, UP Institute of Design, the director, Professor Pathak, all the organizing team, the AKTU for organizing this kind of workshop in the current environment. Because since almost last 1.5 years, a lot of transformation is taking place in the area of the education and in other areas also. So it is appropriate for all of us to understand what kind of transformation is taking place, what are the catalysts to this transformation, and how can we make our teaching learning process more impactful and more interactive. As introduced by Anamika, I'm into teaching, consultancy, and research, and I have a passion for research, though I'm not mainly from the area of the hardware and software part of the learning system. I am a teacher by profession, and I love teaching. I love research. So most of my presentation that I'm going to show you today, most of my content of this presentation, they are based on my experience of more than 2 decades, which I got with while working with the AKTU and the Delhi Technological Universities. So some of these I really practice in our university, in our department, to make our teaching more interactive, to make it more learner centric, to make it more experiential, to make it more research oriented, meaningful, and above all relevant in today's context. So I strongly believe that learning is not simply getting a degree with little or no skill in the relevant area. Learning is something beyond that. So my focus would be on the strategic part of the way we can make teaching more interactive by blending different kind of the activities which are normally not being, you can say, discussed in open platforms. So that is going to be the focus for my research today, my discussion today. See, all of us might be agree on the transformation which is taking place in the social, you can say, the area, in the economic area, or in the health, especially during the pandemic. So lot of, you can say, transformation is taking place. That transformation is also taking place in the way we learn, in the way we work. The corporate sector is now becoming more demanding. They want their manpower to be industry ready from day one, and overall the future of job is transforming. And the learning perspective, and say from the learning perspective, all of us might be agree on one fact, that this transformation is also, you can say, happening or taking place in the overall learning environment, in which we are also an important stakeholder, either as a teacher or as a student or as an academic administration. The learning is, you can say, becoming more learner centric and more experiential. And the traditional way of learning, which we have seen for so many years, for so many decades, it is being, you can say, disrupted at the global level, not only at India, but at the global level. That kind of disruption is taking place in the overall learning environment. So in this context, before in fact we get into the different opportunities and the way we can blend our pedagogy and our content, I would like to emphasize upon this particular part. What are the major catalysts to this kind of the change in the learning environment and the disruption in the learning environment which is taking place everywhere? So some of these changes, especially the corona pandemic, some of these changes we have never thought of, we have not seen, even we have not conceptualized these kind of changes. And like some of these changes are especially the kind of way the new education policy is being envisioning the overall the learning canvas and the higher education system. So some of these changes, especially the new education policy and the industry and the education 4.0, they are more, you can say, the planned, and they have been curated very well, very effectively, keeping in view the long-term perspective. And the another catalyst to all these kind of transformation is the skill gap that we observe nowadays, and which industry is reporting. So there are four major, I think, like the catalyst, in my opinion, which are transforming the overall landscape of the learning. Number one is the corona pandemic. Number two, the skill gap that we see. Number three is the new education policy, and the number four is the education 4.0, which is in fact now being, you can say, emphasized a lot at global level. So I would like to touch upon these four changes. So I should call it as the change agents which are transforming the learning landscape of the higher education in India. The number one is the corona pandemic. Everybody, you can say, whenever you discuss the corona pandemic, so people normally have the opinion like it has more deeper impact and created crisis, like in the economic world. Some people say like it has more a deepening impact on the healthcare environment. Some people say it has, you can say, really completely disrupted the social relationship and the social taboos and all these things. But I personally believe it is in fact the corona pandemic has more deeper impact on the overall learning environment, and it is creating a kind of the learning crisis in the higher education institution, not only in the higher education institution but everywhere. So if you look at the overall the education system, higher education system, and in India, you will see we are the third largest education infrastructure system in the world. So the America, the USA, and the China has, you can say, the better educational infrastructure in terms of the number of colleges, number of schools, and the gross enrollment ratio and all these things. But we are the third largest, in terms of the numbers. We have more than over 1,000 universities, out of which almost 54 are the central universities, 416 are the state universities. We have 125 deemed to be universities. We have 361 private universities, and along with 159 institutions of national importance, including the IIMs, the NITs, the IISCs, and some other institutions. And we have you can say, a presence of more than 55,000 colleges and the standalone institutions which are delivering the graduation and the post-graduation education and professional education. Along with that, there are approximate 1.5 million schools in India. So all this landscape, these you can say the lakhs of institutions, the thousands of institutions, they have been in fact closed for the physical classes since almost 1.5 years. We have tried to open these classes, but again, due to the severe, you can say the pandemic, or you can say the students even got affected due to that crisis. So we have been again in the third wave, we have been forced to close down these institutions for the physical classes. So many of us consider it as a downward spiral in the learning curve for young students, and all the major activities, as you can see, especially the examination and the delivery mechanism, the entrance test, the competitive examinations, and the admission process, it has come to a halt, and slowly and gradually we are recovering from that process. But ultimately, the kind of you can say the impact which this pandemic has created, they are really very, very severe. Most of the higher education institutions, if you look at the system, they have evolved their own strategy to overcome this kind of the crisis, and we have in fact almost in the process of coming out from such problems by adopting the new methods of teaching learning process, where the accelerated use of technology and the blended learning, more investment on digital infrastructure, and above all, we are in fact we are now observing a change in the mindset of the faculty members, of the academic administration, and as well as the students. So we have accepted as important stakeholders to all this process. We accepted all these kind of the changes, and we are becoming, you can say, accustomed to these changes. Where the YouTube videos, the NPTEL lectures, the WhatsApp group, the discussion forums, the Google Meet, the Google Class, the Zoom, the Skype, Cisco WebEx, learning management systems, the online examination systems conducted under the proctored environment, all these have become, you can say, the important part of our learning life cycle, or our learning curve. So in that way, we in fact are now accustomed, and you can say quite easily, you can say, using all these kind of, you can say, technology in the overall delivery system. It has also proved a catalyst in that way. It is the point that I mentioned to you in the beginning, like this pandemic has in that way proved a catalyst to come out from that traditional classroom oriented system to more blended and more, you can say, the digital technology based system. So now it is quite easy to deliver and to connect with more than 100 plus you can say participants who are remotely located and geographically apart. But otherwise, in the previous system, you need to in fact come down closely and to attend all these kind of programs in a closed and the classroom kind of system. But that kind of change is now being observed. So now the technology and the blended mode of you can say the pedagogy is being accepted and is being, you can say, adopted at different level in the teaching learning process. So although it has its own flip side also, like say for example, like we have a digital divide and we have a good number of and the sizable number of the students who are not having any exposure and access to all these kind of the devices which are essential. That is a flip side. But overall, if you look at the impact which this pandemic has created is more in the changing in the mindset of the people, where as a faculty, as a you can say the instructor, we are also now being using these kind of the resources more increasingly, which we have used never before. We are in fact more trying to learn. We are open to learn, and the students are also accepting. So in this entire process, the new methods are being evolved. The new pedagogy is being evolved. We are looking for more interactive methods of delivery to the students. So in that way, like we are trying to come out from this kind of the crisis, which is more a learning crisis, in addition to the crisis for the healthcare people, the crisis for you can say the social and the economic front. Then the second important catalyst is the skill gap. Skill gap. The NASO came right from so many years. They are you can say at every platform they are emphasizing on the kind of the skill gap which is being observed in the graduates and the industry skill which they are looking for. So I was recently going through a survey on Global Skill Gap 2020, which was published by the Udemy. I hope you know that Udemy, a platform for online learning and the teaching. So the survey was conducted to mainly understand the divide between the job seeker skill and the qualifications and the skill which is demanded by the employers of the industry. And this survey was conducted in the 5 major countries, representing all the major, you can say, the parts of the globe. So as you can see, as a finding on this particular slide, 83%, we have 83% employees worldwide. It is not only in India, but worldwide, where on an average, they believe like there is a skill gap, 83% employees. And 62% of the employees feel personally affected by that skill gap, like maybe like their growth prospect, their job profile, and the way they contribute to the specific the skill set. So they are observing that kind of the skill gap. Then the opinion of the, you can say, the employees were also obtained on the skill set that they possess at this moment, and in the future, is in how many years it is going to be obsolete, or is it really becoming obsolete? So that kind of the information was also obtained from the respondents. So as you can see on this slide, 84% of the Indian employees, they believe like the change in the skill requirement is so fast, like they believe their current skills may become obsolete very soon. So that is not only that we are observing that kind of you can say response from the Indian respondents only, but even the countries which is the another you can say the developing countries like the Brazil, it has the same kind of, you can say, the response. Where 85% of them, they believe, their employees believe like the skills are becoming obsolete. Then the another part of that survey was on the college education, where they asked from these employees, really is it the college education that equip the kind of equip you with the kind of skill that you require to be an effective worker. So like 82%, the employees in that survey, they responded like they in fact they believe like the college education does not equip them with the kind of skill set which is required in the industry. This 82% is really, I think it is the maximum in comparison to the other countries, and it is something which is really very, very alarming. So then one more the slide that I would like to share with you on that skill gap. the kind of the way the technology is in fact evolving, the changes in the technology environment is taking place is very, very fast. And I really say, like, the way the future of job is going to change in say in next 5 years, in next 10 years, in next 15 years, that is really very fast. It was never before, especially in the technological domain. We are talking about the artificial intelligence, the automation, the robotics, the machine learning kind of the system, and you can say the artificial intelligence. Already, I told you the data science, and like all these are impacting the nature of the job, and we need to update our skills. But how many institutions are really, you can say, integrated all these into their syllabus? How many institutions have integrated closely into their system to provide that kind of skill? So, 76% of the employees in India, they believe the automation and the technological development will be able to in fact complete the kind of the job or fulfill the kind of the job that they are performing nowadays, that they are doing nowadays. So that is something which is really, really alarming. And then the span of one particular skill, especially in the technological domain, is say the 5 years. So within 5 years, 57% of the respondent in that survey, they believe within 5 years, the kind of the skill that they possess will be in fact no more in demand. So therefore, that is something which is essential. So it is therefore, you can say, and as I told you, the NASOCAM and the other the industrial bodies, the representative, they are also, you can say, emphasizing on this kind of the skill gap from time to time. So it is therefore appropriate time to learn, to unlearn, and to relearn the skills that we possess nowadays. Then the third catalyst is undoubtedly the education 4.0. So we are talking about the industry 4.0. Okay, there we are talking about the connected cyber physical system, which is in fact supported and powered by the IoT, and it is fueled. I think like it is fueled by the data to create a fully interconnected society. The emphasis is on IoT, the emphasis is on connecting, in fact, the society with the data and to create that kind of the ecosystem. Now, to meet the demand for Industry 4.0, we have the Education 4.0. In Education 4.0, that Education 4.0 is the third change of agent in the you can say the overall the learning canvas, change in the learning canvas that we are observing. So the Industry 4.0 was discussed, and the major provisions of that Industry 4.0 was identified, and they highlighted the change in the future of job. So in tandem with this Education 4.0, the Industry 4.0, the Education 4.0 emphasized more on say a learning which is more personalized and you can say fast-paced, or self-learning, a learning which is more accessible and inclusive, a learning which is more problem-based and collaborative, a learning which is lifelong and the student-driven learning, a learning which develops the critical thinking kind of the skills, which develop you can say the emotional intelligence rather than the IQ kind of the intelligence quotient kind of the system, a learning which emphasize on the use of the technology, a learning which more focus on innovation and the creativity skills of, we can say, the learner, and a learner which in fact make the global citizenship skill. So all these are, you can say, something which in tandem with the Education 4.0, to meet the demand for Industry 4.0, we need to bring certain change in our education system, and we are observing these kind of the changing in the overall learning system. And finally, it is the fourth one, it is the new education policy. So I think all of you might have gone through different articles and the different discussions, different forums on the new education policy. But for me, new education policy, which is the NEP 2020, is not simply a government's document. It is, I really consider it as a commitment to transform the education and the learning system. If we are really able to execute and you can say implement that new education policy to letter and spirit, so it is going to really bring some transformation in the overall learning process. If you look at the major provision of this the new education policy, the students are the main stakeholders in the overall, you can say, the policy. It is more, you can say, make the learning the learner centric. So it is kind of the doctrine to create that strong ecosystem where we as an education institution, we as an instructor, we are able to respond to the dreams and aspirations of, you can say, large number of the learners in the higher education institutions. So in that way, most of the higher education institutions, they have seen how they are going to implement this provisions of the new education policy. Some of them are very fast, some of them are still observing and analyzing. You can see the provisions of new education policy, but maybe later or sooner, we need to understand how can we transform our education by using the provisions of the new education policy. So in that way, I really consider not simply it as a document, but it is something, a kind of the multimodal approach in education. Okay, it's a multimodal approach in education where the learning may be in the form of the face-to-face, it may be the online, it may be the distance learning, it may be the virtual mode of learning, or it may be combined with the multidisciplinary, vocational, value-added, and the skill-developed based kind of the system, where we can come out from the silos of the discipline, we can come out from the silos of you can say the semester or the trimester system, we can earn some credit, we can put it into the academic bank of credit kind of system. We emphasize on the attributes that our graduates must possess. We focus on outcome based learning. We focus on the evaluation reforms. Why should it always be like the evaluation should always be the memorizing based, or we can say the end semester examination based? Why can't we have more, you can say, the system, more effective system of the evaluation? Why should we not provide the multi-entry and multi-exit option to the students on their demand? Why can't we have the open book kind of the examination? Why can't we have the group examination? Why should, in fact, the examination be such a kind of activity that we see nowadays? And all these, I think, like the provisions and something which has been discussed in detail in the new education policy, and in tandem with the new education policy, the education institutions are also required to bring certain change in their existing pedagogy. And if you really, those who have some idea about, those who have gone through that new education policy, you will see the UGC, in line with the new education policy, they have also released a concept note on the blended learning. So it is in fact it is already there. They have released the document for the comment and the feedback, so all of you also can see. But here I really would like to explain and say put on in that way, like in times to come, the learning is in fact going to be a different one. Learning is not simply going to be class-centric kind of the learning, but keeping in view the kind of the changes which is taking place in the different, you can say, the environment, whether in the technological front or in the political front or in the social front or in the healthcare front. We need to develop a kind of the system where learning is learner-centric, learning is more flexible, learning is more impactful, and it is not simply a system of distributing degrees, rather than we in fact make our employees, say students, more skillful, those who are, you can say, really able to contribute in a significant way to the economic development of our country. So these are the four. So in that way, I should say, like it is essential to, you can say, skill and reskill and the upskill our people. It is something like everything is skill based. We need to develop these kind of the skill. So learning, unlearning, and relearning. So similarly, we need to skill, reskill, and the upskill our employees, for our students. I would also like to, can say, give some time on this this cone of learning. how much do we really remember. So as you can see on this particular slide, uh, this slide is mainly on the ability of a student or ability of an individual to remember something which has been communicated or which is imparted to them. So this slide is this model is mainly developed by the famous American educationist Professor Agar Dale, and he tried to explain with the help of this learning cone. He in fact tried to explain the degree to which a student may remember something which is imparted to them through different methods of you can say instruction. That may be the reading, that may be simply the method of instruction will be reading, it may be the hearing, it may be more you can say interactive mode of imparting, like showing them a TEDx video or a YouTube video, and then conducting some kind of you can say this discussion. Then the another you can say the learning, which is more the active and the engagement kind of the learning, where the learner's engagement is more into that system by developing some kind of, by inviting them into a kind of some discussion forum, or by asking them to give some presentations on the given topic, and the other ways where the degree of engagement is more. So if we look at this cone, you will find if after 2 weeks, if we try to understand what is the ability of a learner to remember. So these learners remember 10% if it is imparted only through reading. So if we ask them to read a particular, you can say, the piece of information, and then after 2 weeks, if we try to test the ability of that respondent, it is simply 10%. So they are able to remember only 10%. So if we give some kind of the lecturing, so when these hearing words, so their ability is up to 20%. And if we show them by giving some kind of the pictures or by drawing something on the blackboard, and then impart that kind of information to them, so they are able to remember 30% of what is communicated to them or what is imparted to them. So all these are basically the verbal receiving, and these are the passive methods of learning. The ability to learn can be increased further up to 50% if we involve both the hear and the see element in our learning system. So like where the emphasis on visual receiving, where we in fact show kind of the video or some kind of the movie, and then ask them to participate in the discussion. And then after 2 weeks time, after 14 days time, if we really test them, what is their ability, that is up to 50%. Then it can be further increased by up to 70% if we engage them. If these learners are engaged in discussion forums or in participate in different kind of discussion. So that is more, you can say, the participation where it is more active. And if we involve them either in the form of making some small videos and or making some kind of the real life experience, we involve them into these experience, or we ask them to simulate the kind of the concept into some really the practical engaging way by doing themselves. So then the degree to remember these kind of activity is up to, you can say, 90%. So in that way, I really say, if we really want to make our learning more impactful and more, you can say, really interactive. So in that way, we need to move simply from something by giving them some kind of the reading assignment, or from the lecturing method, or you can say by showing them some kind of, you can say, the simple the books or such visuals. We need to blend our learning by engaging them. We need to blend our learning by providing a mechanism, okay, where we provide the video lectures to the students, where we in fact provide these video links to the students, where we engage students to develop some kind of the experiments by involving themselves. We take them to the real experience. We take them to, you can see, the field visits, field experiment. That will be in fact something which is going to have more deeper impact on our learning system. So in that way, there is in fact more a need for blended learning. So we need to come out from that traditional learning system, which is mainly divide the education into silos, into the system of the specializations, into the system of you can say the exam oriented and the memory based kind of the system. No, we need to engage them. We need to develop a kind of the experiential learning to the students, and hence again necessitate the need for looking something beyond the existing the pedagogical system that we have. We need to blend it. We need to integrate it. Then moving further, I think like most of us either are from the AKTU kind of the system, or maybe from the other institutions. So in whatever way, either as a student or a faculty member or as an academic administration, we are in fact now using some kind of the blended learning. So some of them are using, you can say, to great extent in their pedagogical system. Some of them are using some parts of this model. But the blended learning is not simply the online or the hybrid kind of, it is more a hybrid kind of learning, but it is not simply the online learning. It is not simply something which is done on the virtual environment. It is face-to-face also. And when we blend these face-to-face learning and the teaching experience with the virtual and the online experience, then you can say we can create an environment of blended learning. So some of you might be using, normally when we ask what kind of the blended learning you are using, so the simple answer that we get from the instructor and the students, we are in fact using the MOOCs, we are using the NPTEL lectures. We can see the UGC notes. We can see, you can say the Coursera material from the Coursera, and the number of tech companies which are delivering different kind of the courses. Some of you might be providing some kind of the case study and like that. So the point here is the blended learning is something like which is a kind of like where one size does not fit all kind of concept. Like those who are from the social sciences, so they have their own option to make it more blending. Those who are from the engineering, you can say the side, so they have the different set of opportunities for making their learning more impactful and more, you can say, interactive. Those who are from, you can say, the other background. So in that way, you can say like all of us are using different modes of the blended learning. Some of them are using, in fact, very deeply into their pedagogy. Some of them are, in fact, giving, you can say, some kind of exposure to their student for these kind of learning. In some of the institutions, the academic administrator, they encourage their faculty members and their students to go for the blended learning. In some academic institutions, the flexibility and the freedom is very limited. But overall, if you look at this particular slide, you can see there are multiple options available for the blended learning. So even those who are mainly doing it face-to-face, they can see how they can in fact blend different kind of, you can say, the pedagogy to make the learning more learner-centric. And similarly, we have the virtual environment also. So we can use the email, we can create the WhatsApp group, we can create, in fact, the Facebook community, or we can create, you can say, the discussion forums. We can have some kind of, you can say, the specific courses where we can cite some blogs. We can have some kind of the online discussions. Otherwise, if you see, the problem is you select any university of your choice and simply look at the syllabus content. So at the end of the particular syllabus, the syllabus for a particular course, you will find we are in the habit of only giving the references, and these are the books only. So suggested books or references is given. But do we, in fact, do we need to look beyond that also? Are blogs not important for updating the knowledge of the learners? Or you can say there are not some important discussion forums that, or the blogs, or you can say the website that every learner in a specific course they are required to see? Are they not very interactive and very informative? You can say these small videos, either from the government side or from the open side, which are available and which has to be communicated to the student for the effective learning. Are there no, you can say, the research journals which these the learners are required to see? Are there no other opportunities? So my point is, so whenever we are in the process of you can say, teaching any course as a faculty or maybe the student of any specific course, we need to look beyond these kind of the books kind of system only, where we specifically refers books only. So there are specific blogs, there are specific websites, there are specific video lectures, there are specific, you can say, the NPTEL lecture, or you can say there are specific institutions also which are providing a lot of content. So content in today's context is not a problem. We have enough of contents. The only problem is the mindset. We need to come out from that kind of the system. We need to provide that flexibility to our faculty members so that they can design their course. They can really communicate these kind of the sources and use these sources appropriately in their teaching learning process. So that has to be done. So with the help of these, you can say, the learning model and the canvas of the blended learning, we can identify what kind of you can say the elements are more important in the kind of the course that we teach, and what are the sources which are available. So we can identify all these kind of sources, which is essential for you can say make a course more interactive, more impactful, and be blended in nature. And by using you can say the hybrid kind of the learning, or I should say like this blended learning, we can come out from the problems of the time, space, and the interaction, because every system in teaching learning process, there are three important questions: like when to deliver, where to deliver, and how to deliver. So this especially the where to deliver and how to deliver kind of the problems can, to a great extent, we can resolve if we come out from the traditional kind of the teaching, or we can support our traditional teaching. Because I also personally believe nothing can you can say replace that traditional kind of the teaching, but we need to support it with more content. We need to support, say, supplement and complement it with the you can say different kind of the learning options to the student also, because it has the traditional learning, the face-to-face learning has its own advantages that I would later on discuss somewhere in the presentation. So then similarly, like the learning, as I told you, it can be synchronous, it can be asynchronous, where asynchronous learning, like learning to be you can say delivered, or learning to be done at different time period by using the asynchronous mode of learning, or it can be the synchronous learning. The space, it may be the blending environment, it can be face to face, or it can be, you can say, away from the physical location, where we are remotely connected, but we are delivering. So that kind of, you can say, the problems can be to a great extent. We can overcome these problems if you are using this blending kind of learning, which is more technology oriented. And then the kind of the interaction, that interaction will be the one way. Normally, in the physical kind of the system, more it is, you can say, a kind of the monologue rather than a dialogue. So with the help of these things, we can make it more participating. We can make it more direct, say more directional, where multiple people can connect at one time. Two people can connect at one time, the one of the learner and the instructor, and all these things can be done to some extent if we really look into the benefits of blending the pedagogy. Then the learning, the kind of the models of learning that we see in higher education institutions, they can be into different forms. It may be like blended face-to-face, where the mainly it's a classroom kind of system where sitting time is more, and significant time is given on you can say the face-to-face class, and then also on the online kind of the interaction. So we can blend that face-to-face learning with some kind of the online kind of learning. Then blended online classes, where you can say classes are mostly conducted online, but some in-person kind of the activities, maybe either as a lab, or maybe for doubt clearing session, so they can be invited. And in today's context, if you look that the blended online classes model is in fact more prominently used nowadays, where the main instruction is in the online mode, and the students can attend the class for some kind of the doubt, for conducting some kind of the experiment. So some state government are permitting these kind of the activities. Then we can have the flipped classroom model, where in advance we can share some material with the students. That material may be a kind of the case, or it may be, you can say, some real life problem. It may be some you can say the video, or some other links, and then we ask them to come prepared, and the students, they discuss, and the instructor, they facilitate the entire discussion, but the students take a lead role in these kind of the activities. So we can have that flipped class, where the student maybe like for the project work, they can come together for a discussion, for a project presentation, or for a group kind of activities that can be done. In rotation model, the labs or the lectures, or you can say the campus, even the campus can be rotated. So some of the student can be sent for the laboratory work in one specific lab. The other set of students may be delivered some kind of, you can say, the online doubt clearing session, others will be sent. So in that way, we rotate the students. Then we can have the self-blend model also, okay, where the student select which particular course to take online and which particular course offline. So it is more, you can say, the flexible environment, where the options, both the options are available to the students. Either they can go select a particular, you can say, the course which is through you can say the online kind of the system, or the another course which is from the physical kind of the system. So same way, with the choice of the student, they can self-brand some of the courses as per their choice. Then blended MOOC, where the main instruction, or you can say the main delivery is through a massive online open courses, but the opportunity is also provided to that learner to interact with the instructor. So in that way, they can take MOOC as a method of, you can say, the instruction, but for the doubt clearing session, or for the advanced level kind of the discussion, those who are the advanced learner, so they can also, you can say, meet the faculty concerned, those who are being, you can say, nominated for all these kinds of activities. So mainly it is again a kind of the flipped classroom kind of the model. Then flexible model is also being used, where both the options are given to the student. They can come in person or online, and the student may decide which particular model they are going to use. So it is up to, in fact, the student in what way they can move. So we are mainly, you can say, at the initial stage of these kind of, you can say, the model. But yes, as I told you, with the problem that we really observed, especially during the pandemic. So the new models are being evolved. The new, you can say, mixing of you can say the pedagogy is being done, and you can say the students have given more choice. The students have, you can say, given more content and more options as far as the instruction and the learning method is concerned. As I told you earlier, I'm not somebody from the hardware background or from the software background. I'm a teacher by heart, and I in fact enjoy teaching, and I'm a researcher also. So my emphasis, as I told you, my emphasis is mainly going to be on the kind of the opportunities which are there, and which we feel if we use these opportunities in our pedagogy, in our teaching learning process. So I think the outcome, the learning outcome will be more interactive, or the entire learning process will be more impactful and more interactive in that way. So I'm going to emphasize on all these kind of the strategy which in Delhi Technological University we practice, and as a management faculty, I also use to make my learning more, you can say, interactive and more impactful by blending all these kind of activities into our system. So that should be the emphasis. First of all, in most of the system, whether it is from the technical side or from the management side, or maybe from the any other discipline, normally the general impression about these industrial visits or the research trips or the field visit is the students are going out from the class for 1 day or for half day or for 2 days or 3 days, and they are going to hang over, they are going to, you can say, interact with each other, and they have the quality time away from the academics and life. And this is what is the general perception about it. But I really I strongly believe, rather, I should say, like these research trip or the industrial visit or the plant visit are really one of the, you can say, very strong and impactful way of learning, okay, where the students really, when they visit any plant, when they visit any village, especially from the social science areas, the electrical engineering students, they can be taken to a dam, or management students to a plant or to a corporate office. And when we expose them to that environment, their attitude, their learning is completely different. But the problem is, we in fact do not put this particular part in formally into our syllabus, or you can say we do not, you can say, give emphasis in that way of the evaluation part. So this kind of activity is required to be blended in our system at the program level, or if possible at the course level also. Like, say for example, in every year, if it's a 4-year course, so we should make some kind of the provision where we necessarily arrange one research trip or one field trip every year for the students. And then at the end of their research trip, or you can say the plant visit, they are required to work on some kind of, you can say, the project in a team, and then make some kind of the presentations. So if we really include that into our continuous evaluation process, and we really emphasize on students to understand the importance, so you can see not only it is the team spirit that we are going to develop, but we are also giving some kind of the exposure and to understand the students, how the organization functions, how they work, and then working on a project, giving some kind of the compulsory presentations, and then giving some kind of the weightage to this activity into the overall evaluation system. So that is something which is going to be, you can say, the experiential learning that we are going to provide to the students right from the first year to the final year. Then normally this USIP, University Institute, the University Internship Program, University Student Internship Program. So what we practice in DTU every year, we select a specified number of the students depending upon the requirement that we get from department, different centers, and different the administrative offices. So as a department, we need somebody who can manage our website. We need somebody who are very good in, you can say, the English communication, in writing abilities, and therefore we want to develop a coffee book shop for the department. So we need, in fact, some kind of the skills from the students. So rather than hiring the professional for these kind of activities, what we are doing here, we are hiring these university student interns. Those, depending upon their skills and depending upon the requirement of the specific office or specific, you can say, the administrative unit. So every year we hire these student interns, and we in fact pay for them to some extent. Like, say for example, we are giving 2,500 to every interns per month, and depending upon the involvement. So that will give them some opportunity to earn while learn. So not necessarily we need to look for, you can say, the industry sponsorship for these internship, or the industry sources for these internship. Even as a university, as a department, or as a academic institution, we in fact need to initiate these kind of activities. So students, those who are having a very effective skills in you can say the web designing, they can contribute in that area. Those who are very good in, you can say, the literary, so they can accordingly contribute. Those who are good in the data, so accordingly we use their skills and give some kind of exposure, and then we in fact pay for them. So these kind of opportunities are required to be provided to the students. Then the third one is the mentor-mentee concept. Although almost all the institutions, those who go for the MBA or the NEC kind of the accreditation, or maybe some kind of the participation in the ranking framework also, So that mentor-mentee concept is something which is essential, but my, in fact, way to look at mentor-mentee concept is different. Rather than just selecting the senior student or again using the faculty for mentoring the students, what we can do, we can create a database of the alumni who graduated from this institute, and we can connect the 5 existing students to one alumni. We can develop some kind of, you can say, the mobile applications or some mechanism so that they can effectively connect with each other, and then we use these the alumni, those who are from the industry or those who are from the government or maybe like from any other domain, to coach them, to help them to acquire their skills. We can use these mentor in their viva voce, in their project work. So in that way, we are going to develop an ecosystem, okay, where hundreds of alumni are connected with our students, and like they are coaching them, they are guiding them, they are we can say guiding them in the skills which is required. So in that way, it is going to really strengthen that relationship. It is going to connect the strong alumni, which otherwise is overlooked, and we in fact do not effectively use them into our system. So that is going to be in fact something which is going to play an important role. So rather than inviting somebody from the academic institutions as a member of the external viva voce for the students in different projects or for the other the oral kind of the examination, we should identify these alumni, those who are really contributing to that extent, and then we in fact use them in that evaluation process. So that is going to be in fact something which is the essential and which is important, and as a department level, every institution is required to take these kind of activities very seriously. Then it is time for the collaborative project. If you look for the new education policy or the education 4.0, or you can say the other documents also, other white papers also, you will find the collaboration is not only the interdepartmental, but the intra-department collaboration is also something which is important. So we need to develop and inculcate, you can say, that habit. So whenever we are giving any project, maybe on the you can say on the program-based projects, like in management, we have the summer internship kind of the project, or the major project in the 4th semester. So whenever we assign these projects problems to the students, or the student are in the process of selecting the appropriate research problem, so in that way, the possibility should be for a collaboration among the students from different departments. Like maybe we are good in defining the problem, we are going to research methodology, we can collect the data, but if it is the analysis part, so we can approach to the computer science department or the statistics department to help us to develop a different approach for the data analysis, or like these kind of the projects we can do. So maybe we either as a course coordinator or somebody who is taking a particular course. So in groups, if we assign these research problems to the student, so then to the extent possible, it should be a collaborative project so that students can learn in groups. Because the one single student maybe not good in all the aspects. So somebody may be good in the marketing aspect, somebody may be good in finance aspect, somebody may be good, you can say, in analysis part, somebody may be good in technical part. So if we club all these you can say skills together, so then you can see the outcome of this project will be, you can say, more meaningful, and something that we can really apply to fulfill the kind of the objective for which this particular project was developed. Then in addition to that, the case and situation analysis is undoubtedly one of the very traditional and important way of you can say delivering the particular concept, or it is an important part of the pedagogy everywhere in all the major business schools especially. So my focus here is not undoubtedly we can use this case for you can say for learning, but in addition required to inculcate and develop a skill among these students to write cases. Like I give you my example. Recently, in our first year and there are 150 students. So while teaching one of the subject to them, one of the course to them, this time I encourage them to write cases. So I took two initial sessions on how to write a case, and then I really help them to select the appropriate case and then write a complete case on that. So it was a group activity, and it was to be conducted in a group of the three students. So three students, they are required to work on one particular case. And at the end of the semester, uh, uh, out of the 50 case which was submitted for the evaluation in the continuous evaluation process, so out of these 50, 25 were really of good quality, and I sent it for the publication to make a kind of the compendium of the cases in that marketing area, and the publisher got it vetted with external experts, and now it is in the process of publication. So you can see the kind of the you can say the motivation and the confidence that the students got once I shared with them the first you can say the blueprint of the books which is going to, or the compendium which is going to be published on the cases which has been contributed by these students. So we can have the case discussions, we can have the situation analysis where we involve student, we encourage student, we give them specific cases, and then ultimately you can see this kind of learning is going to be different because the students are engaged, the students participate in this kind of learning, and by using that learning curve, so you can see up to 70%, you can say learning is more effective or more impactful in these kind of situations. So that is also something which is required to be done. So always maybe like those who are from the affiliating kind of the system or affiliating colleges, so they have the limited flexibility to you can say the to design their own evaluation process, but out of the 25% weightage or the 30% weightage or the 50% weightage, whatever you have in terms of the internal assessment. So in these internal assessment, we can have a flexibility to give some kind of the projects to the student, or to you can say to take them for some kind of the field visit, or to in fact ask them to write a case, or we can give them some kind of the cases so that they can work upon them. So these are in fact the kind of the system that we can do. Then the another one is the entrepreneurial, or you can say the startup kind of the system. So most of the institutions, they have their own incubation centers, or where they encourage students to you can say to develop some idea. They support them financially. They support them with the infrastructure and the access by providing access to laboratory and the other resources. But see, that is a separate, you can say, the activity at the university level. But at the program level also, we can have some provision in our teaching learning process where we appreciate the students for their entrepreneurial, you can say, the skills and the startup kind of activities. So, like say, for example, at the program level, like at the BTech level, we have a provision for the entrepreneurial track, where in the 4 years program, a student can you can say develop some kind of you can say the product prototype or some kind of the entrepreneurial activity they can start, and the it's a 2 credit activities, and at the end of the you can say the assignment, there is a particular committee which evaluates the product, which see its commercial viability and the other aspect, and then accordingly they evaluate the student. So it has to be made part and parcel of our teaching learning process. It is not something like we do not you can say include in our course, rather than it is a university level or the institute level activities, and it is nothing to do with say the individual courses or the programs. No, it has to be inculcated. It has to be deeply integrated into our the courses also. So therefore, to the extent possible, if we really provide these kind of you can say activities to the students, these kind of support mechanism to the student, and we encourage them and we use them in effective way in our teaching learning process. So in that way, you can see really our vision to make India a 5 trillion economy can be achieved. You can say to some extent. This I think like these startups have the ability and they are, you can say, they are the system where the wealth can be created. And if you look at, I really consider, say, these institutions or academic institutions as a laboratory where the entrepreneurs are and the startup activities are created. And if you look at the data also, there are some institutions, technical institutions, especially like those who have become the unicorn factories. A unicorn is a kind of the startup which in fact achieves a valuation of $1 billion. So there are certain unicorn, you might be knowing it well, like which has been germinated in the academic institutions. Like, say, for example, the Flipkart and the Zomato, the Snapdeal, and the Quikr, they are from the IIT Delhi. The Ola is from IIT Mumbai. The Paytm is from my own, you can say, the university, the DC DTU, InMobi, Mu Sigma, and the others. There's a number of these unicorn, the babycorn, the sunicorn. They have been, you can say, they are from part and parcel of the academic system, because these institutions are able to provide that that support and that weightage in their overall evaluation process to these people, these startup entrepreneurs. So that has to be done with that also. And in this way, we need to move from the silos of the major only, like somebody who is admitted in the computer science department, so he is required to make his specialization only into the computer science, or from the electrical engineering, or from the biotechnology, or in that area. So why don't we in fact develop a system of the major and minor, where a student who is enrolled in the computer science department, so he is also given flexibility and opportunity to opt for a minor from the department other than his own department. So this is what is envisaged in the new education policy. Like, we need to have a major minor system where students has given that kind of flexibility. So we have already introduced that in our system, where a student who is enrolled into, say, in one technical department, he is now in fact permitted to opt and make his minor into department other than his own department or her own department. So if we develop that kind of system and we introduce that entrepreneurial or the startup track in minor, so you can see really we can have the potential to make much more unicorn from the academic institution itself. Then the experiential social connect. So if you look at the vision statement of your own department or your own institute, at any level, you will find you can say the commitment to society, or you can say something for the country, or something for it is the responsibility of the department or the institute to bring some kind of the change in the society, the social commitment, or the community services. They are part and parcel of the vision and the mission statement of almost all kinds of the organization. So we need to develop that community, you can say, the sensitivity among the students. So what we are doing in our department, we have tied up with some of the NGOs, and that under the NSS kind of the activity, which is part of our evaluation process. So at the end of the second semester, every student is required to work closely for the whole semester with these defined NGO, or maybe like they can take some other social initiative with the permission from the department, and then for the whole semester they carry out different kind of activities, they contribute, and then they submit a report to the department. That report is evaluated, and it is part and parcel of the program itself. So it's a 2 credit kind of activities, and we have the set parameters. We evaluate the students, we see their report, we see their contribution, and then ultimately do it. So it is not simply like we don't sensitize students to the society. We don't ask them to contribute to the society. No, we in fact we have made it as a part and parcel of our own system, where we give that experience to the student to have some kind of, you can say, a kind of the rural camp, along with these, say, the NGO. So they stay in these rural areas for a couple of days and they carry out important activities. They carry out other activities, awareness session and other activities, and then ultimately write a report. So in that way, you can see like how this connect can be created and how this can be integrated into our own pedagogy, either at the program level or at the course level. Then the research track is also something that I would like to share with you. We are giving, say, some flexibility to our students at undergraduate level. At PG level, we already have at MTech and the others, but at the undergraduate level, we have initiated this research track also, where a student can work closely with the faculty member with the prior approval, and they can work on some writing some research paper. And if they are able to publish that research paper in the defined list of the journal, which are mainly minimum indexed in the Scopus or some other categories, so then ultimately we transfer 2 credits to the students. So you can see if we develop that culture, the research culture at the undergraduate level, so you can see like what will be the research output of the university, and those, especially those who are the advanced learners or those who are looking for the higher academics to make their career, and those who are really good in the research, and if we publish their research work, it will give them more visibility, and the visibility in terms of the research output to the university also. And in, I think in 2019 or 2020, the undergraduate students in our university, they published 600 papers which are Scopus indexed in conferences and in you can say the journals. But all these were the Scopus index papers. So getting 600 papers from the undergraduate students is something like it is going to increase the overall research output for an institution. So, but it is part of, you can say, our continuous evaluation. It is part of our overall program, and the students are awarded 2 credit if they carry out these kind of activities. So, why should it always be in terms of the defined syllabus? In terms of, you can say, the trimester or the semester? No, we are giving you 1 year's time. We are giving you 2 years' time. You are these 2 credits of that system. That is more flexibility. So that research track can also be something which these institutions, which like we need to blend into our regular teaching. Then industry and the corporate sponsor certificates. Whenever we in fact interact with the students, so and when we ask like, what are you doing to upskilling? What are you doing to you can say to reskill yourself? So many times they say like I have joined the coding block, I have joined the coding, you can say that institute, I'm pursuing, you can say, some kind of the online certification and like that. So yes, we have as an education institution, we have some kind of the limitations in terms of the time, in terms of the funds, in terms of the other the procedural aspects also. But if we really look the kind of the certificates which are really important to supplement and complement the kind of learning that we are providing in the class, and if we believe like we are really going to have some kind of the meaningful impact on the overall skill set of the students, so we identify these kind of certificates, and either the course specific or you can say the program specific, the weightage can be given to those who really earn these certificates. And normally we have, you can say, a number of options available to online these tech companies they are providing, or you can say the other academic institutions. But there are some you can say corporate houses also which are delivering really the customized training, and if we negotiate them at the institute level, so that is also very economic to the students. So maybe the organizations like the KPMG or the TCS or the Capgemini or the NIIT. So these institutions are corporate houses are having, you can say, the customized certificates ranging from a week's time to 15 days time or a month's time. So we can provide some kind of, you can say, the support mechanism, not necessarily into financial way, but in the procedural way, where we can allocate some specific time in the timetable itself, where these corporate houses can come and impart this kind of training that will be really something important for the students. So we need to we need to provide some kind of you can see the blending and the weightage in our overall evaluation system. Then capstone project, especially the programs which are more entrepreneurial based, like the innovation and the entrepreneurship kind of the activity based. So these capstone projects are also now being, you can say, blended with the traditional say teaching pedagogy. Like if it is the undergraduate course, so it will range from 3 to 4 semester. If it is a postgraduate course, so then we can have 2 years course, but we can have the 1 to 2 semester capstone project. So they are a very comprehensive, and the real problem is assigned to the student in terms of that capstone project. And these students, they keep on implementing the learning that they see from their, you can say, in different semesters. And at the end of the semester, these capstone projects, they are evaluated from you can say the multi-dimensional perspective, and really the student get an opportunity to work on some real problem, to apply the concepts that they have learned in their theory classes, and the outcome is something which is important. But here the focus must be like we need to select the research problem which is of some relevance to either the industry or to the society, or to somebody. Like there should be some stakeholders. Otherwise, if you simply make it like mainly for academic purpose, just to get the credit, so then the purpose can defeated. So these kind of the capstone project also, you can say, providing some kind of the opportunity for a blended learning. Then the compulsory internship. So at the postgraduate level, I think there is no such internship at the MTech level, or there is only, you can say, the final year project. And in case of the management, there are 8 to, you can say, maximum 6 or 7 credit kind of the trainings that we are providing out of the 125 the credits that that a student is required to earn for degree at the undergraduate level. Also, if you look at the content of the summer internship, so or some kind of the internship, that will be the winter or the summer, or maybe any kind of the internship, so that content is really very low. So we are required to increase that content in terms of the credit or in terms of the weightage. So at the postgraduate level, we must have at least 10% or 15% of the overall credit that we assign in terms of the BTech, also in terms of the other courses also, because that is really, you can say, something the student can really learn. And if we take this internship more seriously, so you can see how many the pre-placement offers that system can also be developed in the organization. So it has to be made part and parcel of you can say our systematic or the continuous evaluation process. We can create a discussion forums either by using some society or by using the learning management software at the department level, or simply by creating the Google, you can see the classroom, or the WhatsApp group. So that has the flip side also, but otherwise, like for instant communication, for instant messages with the students. So these kind of you can say the discussion forums have become are emerging as, you can say, important forum for discussion nowadays. Then we need to have the continuous evaluation. It is not like the 75 marks are for the end semester examination and 25 for the mid semester examination. And in this 25, say internal assessment, the 10 marks are for attendance only, and then 10 for the internal exam that we conduct, and the 5 for other things. No, we need to in fact look for the different kind of the evaluation process, which is more, you can say, formative in nature, rather than the summative one, which is more formative in nature. There the students are able to create a kind of the e-portfolio, and that e-portfolio is presented to, you can say, the outsiders, and they can see like what is the contribution, what is the progress, what is the learning which this particular student has done for this particular course. So we need to come out from that the traditional system where little or no flexibility is given to the students. So we need to go for that continuous evaluation. There at least 50-50. If the affiliating system hai, in that case, maximum 50% for your internal end term examination, and 50% for something that a course teacher is required to decide. So it really going to make that system more effectively. So you can see we are going to change the landscape of the teaching learning process. Then we, in fact, many times we encourage our students to participate in workshops, in webinars, or to make some paper presentation in the conferences or such kind of activities. But do we really credit these activities? Do we have a weightage for these kind of activities in our evaluation process? So if out of a batch of 150 students, if say 10 students or 15 students are able to make some kind of representation in international conference, so how are we going to, you can say, we provide weightage to these advanced learners? So it has to be course specific. So every teacher, they should encourage and identify these advanced learners, and then accordingly we need to encourage them, and some kind of weightage is required to be given. So that has to be done at the course level itself. So we provide them some kind of the lead, we help them to write research papers, we help them to write, you can say, something which is meaningful, something which is relevant in today's context. Then accordingly, we can really bring some change in our system. And then the learning through simulation is more engaging. Learning through games are more engaging, and there are good opportunities which are, you can say, free of cost. The student can log on to these kind of the opportunities, and it can be really something that we are required to use. But at the same time, in addition to using them, we need to include them into our continuous evaluation process. Then and only then it will be something which is meaningful. Otherwise, like it is another kind of activity where the students simply participate, and it is not something like it is done on a serious note. Then learning based on database. So we have a different kind of the database which is free of cost available, which are in fact of the paid version also. So if the fund is a constraint, so we can identify this free database and then ask the student to get real life example, hands-on kind of experience on working on this database. And then some assignment will be given to the students to work on these database, and then that can be included as an essential component in our evaluation process. So learning through that database is also something important. And the last one is the developing a culture of creating a center of excellence for the research level. So every department, the faculty must come out and they try to create this center of excellence for some specific research laboratory into their respective department, so that we can engage students, we can develop a research culture there, we can hire the PhD students, we can hire some kind of the intern for these center of excellence or for these research lab. We can get more, you can say, the projects in these, and we can engage the students on these projects. So that will ultimately be in fact something which can develop the habit of you can say getting some kind of the hands-on experience among the students, and they really also some opportunity to earn while you can say to learn. So I think in addition to that, normally when it comes to the blending, the MOOCs are available. So at the program level, we can provide some kind of the opportunity and the flexibility to the students to earn that number of the credit. So we can give some specific, you can say, the set of the MOOC courses that is in line with the credit requirement, and we can credit transfer these kind of courses. We can provide them the material, the audiovisual material. So a lot of opportunities are there. I'm going to share you one slide where all these open source content can be used to share with the students. So I think these are the opportunities that we can do. Anamika, do we need to take questions at the end? Let me complete the 3-4 more slides. I will take 10-15 more minutes, and then I will be able to complete. I think it is more appropriate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then the next aspect is what should be the framework for effective learning? How can we really develop a kind of the mechanism or the framework where this kind of blending can be really adopted either as an instructor or as a student or as an academic administrator? See, okay, nowadays, as I told you, if you look at the new education policy, the policy is the the learner-centric policy. The policy provides more flexibility to the students. So it is therefore, we as an institution also, we as a faculty also, we need to look into providing that flexibility to the students. Otherwise, the general processes in many of the institutions which I observe, like they call it like this is the list of the open electives. We offer, say, these 10, 15 open electives to the students, and the students are required to select that minimum 2, 3, or 4 as per the requirement of that open elective. So, but what happens in the beginning of the semester, the department, they fix, like in this semester we are going to open, or we are going to offer only these 3 courses or these 4 courses, and students are required to select out of 3 courses. Is it the flexibility to the student? Is it convenient to the faculty or to the student? Why should that flexibility not provided to the student? Means they should make their own list of the elective courses that they would like to study in one specific semester. So we need to look for that flexibility. So flexibility in choice of the stream, flexibility in choice of the electives to the students. So that flexibility should be provided. Then lesson plan. Lesson plan is something which is really not taken very seriously. Then it comes to lesson plan. So maybe like for the MBA accreditation, for the NAC accreditation, or for some other, you can say, the ranking purposes, we can fulfill that you can say the activity. But otherwise, the lesson plan is, you can say, one of the most important and the careful activity the overall the delivery mechanism, where we need to plan out each and every session. We need to identify what are the case studies we are going to discuss with that specific topic, what are the audiovisual kind of, you can say, the material which the students will be requiring to go through before, you can say, the class. They are also required to provide some kind of the online resources to the student. So what are the important blogs, what are the TED, technology, entertainment and design talk, what are the YouTube videos and the other important information that every student is required to go through. So that lesson plan and how we are going to use that continuous evaluation. So it is something which is most important activity of which is to be carried out very carefully in the beginning of the semester, and we provide that activity, that lesson plan to the student well in advance. So accordingly, the student can also plan it. Then identification of sources to be shared. We need to identify sources. We need to identify, say, the open sources. We need to identify, you can say, the sources where the institution support is required, some kind of funds are required. So that is also something essential. Then the continuous evaluation, each and every parameter of that continuous evaluation has to be defined very, very carefully, and it has to be communicated to the student. Each and every possibility of the blending can be given some kind of the weightage in the overall evaluation process in line with the overall, you can say, the program objective and program outcome. Then institutional support mechanism is also something which is important. It is not simply the hardware and the software support, but you can say a change in the mindset also, where we need to think beyond the classrooms. We need to equip our students with more and more content from different sources, and then we bring that the culture of, you can say, a transport learning. Then train the trainers. Of course, the faculty members are something which are important, very important stakeholders in the process, and nothing can replace the faculty members in that overall the teaching learning process. So therefore, their skill upgradation, their skill enhancement, and their training program. So in best possible way, we need to train these trainers also. And then at the institutional level also, we need to develop that environment of learning, rather than, you can say, simply like a traditional center of learning. No, we need to develop that kind of the change in the mindset at every level. And then, if possible, like we need to go for the collaborations, to where the students are allowed to earn some credit from the other institutions, from the other departments, even to the extent of attending one semester in some foreign university, and then these credits are, you can say, accounted for in their overall the credit, and then we have that formal system. So that is something which is important. And then industry academia partnership to foster that research culture. Otherwise, what we see, we in fact see, okay, whenever the industry faces any problem, especially in the Western world, whenever they face any problem, they rush to the academic institutions to provide a solution, meaningful solution, so that some research can be done and the empirical solution can be provided. But here in our case, in our system, that connect is missing. That connect is missing. So we need to develop that partnership in our system, and the autonomy is required to be provided to the institutions if they are the affiliating system, to the particular faculty who is teaching that specific course, so that they can really add some content that they believe like it is going to be essential skill, or it is going to be essential component for the students. So that kind of autonomy is required to be provided. Otherwise, also, like if you look at the provision or the simple process of the syllabus development, it's a 6-7 step process where we need to take the feedback from the student, we need to take feedback from the employer or from the you can say the alumni, from the industry, and from the parents, and then the department level committee, then the university level committee. So it's a procedural you can say activity, and maybe like it is not that easy to carry out in that limited time. So some autonomy is required to be provided to the academic institutions so that at least they can use these contents in their continuous evaluation process. So by using all these kind of you can say the framework, I think like we can have some kind of more culture of the transformed learning, more blended learning, and you can say the new set of learning which is essential in today's environment. And as a researcher, as a teacher, as an instructor, we need to provide the answer to the questions which you can see. Like one of the questions is, should learning be limited to subject content or include learning how to learn? Or how is facilitation different from teaching? Are we facilitator or are we the teachers? And what are the facilitation skills essential for that process? How can 21st century skills be incorporated in the teaching learning process? So before we, in fact, make any lesson plan, any course plan for given subject or given course, we need to answer all these questions, and then accordingly we need to make that lesson plan so that the learning throughout the semester is more impactful and more meaningful. So I will share these questions to you in my presentations, and if you get some time, you can do it. You can try to identify the solution. However, the problems are like there is a resistance to change, whether the teacher do not want to change, where we have the procedural complexities, like if you want to get subscription of some case study, so it's a long process. So we want to bring some change in the evaluation process. So then again, it is not permitted, it is well defined, and we cannot deviate from it. So that flexibility is required to be provided. Then we have the semester system, we have the trimester system. So within that time frame, we are required to complete that part. And we have all the related problems, like the connectivity is an issue, especially from the context of the digital divide. So device availability, the cost will be an issue. The privacy is also now emerging as an issue. The content, updated content in pedagogy, and yes, we have, you can say, set students, those who believe like the traditional classroom learning is more, you can say, for the socialization or developing that socialization skills among the students, and the communication, the collaboration, the peer learning, and camaraderie is also something that that we can learn only through the classroom oriented learning. So but I really tell you, the blended learning is not something like which is mainly the virtual, or it is only the face-to-face mode. It's a blend of it. So we need to identify the requirement for our you can say the course, and accordingly you can design these kind of the activities. Then these are some of the sources that depending upon the requirement of your particular course, you can see which of these courses may be of some importance to you, and accordingly you can share these resources to say the students and the other learners who are associated with you. So really, like these are the open source software. And in addition to that, identify the important blogs in your own area, identify the important websites which really provide up-to-date and the timely information to the students, and the other important sources, and then equip them, share with them. Then only then we are going to change that learning landscape. Otherwise, there is no time for that the rote learning. We need to come out from that learning. We need to make learning more blended by using all the possible way to make it more impactful and more interactive. So with this, I really thank you, all of you, for this patience learning. Now we can take up the questions. It is over to you, Anamika.
Thank you, sir. It was a very nice session. We have some questions. First question is from Madhulika Mittal ma'am. The question is, sir, what is the role of national education policy as the part of a college? At college level, what steps should be taken for NEP?
See, it's not like a one-step activity. It's a complete document where you are required to provide more flexibility to the students. You are required to provide the academic bank credit kind of the system. You are required to develop a kind of the system where the focus is on the digital platforms of learning. You are required to provide the major minor kind of the system to the students, in addition to, you can say, the other requirement. So overall, in a nutshell, as you can say, as a college level or at any other institution level of higher education, the flexibility is something which is important. The learner-centric approach is something which is more important. The flexibility in terms of the selection of the courses. It is not like if you are admitted in one specific area, so you are required to stay with that area. No, you can deviate from that area also. So that major minor kind of system, or maybe like somebody who is opting for say the computer science as a discipline, so they can make minor and opt some courses in other areas. So all these are basically important provisions of say the new education policy.
The next question is, I think this question is from all of us. For conducting interactive, she is Jagati Dwivedi from High Tech College. For conducting interactive session, students also have to be participative in this. How can we create initiation in students for this, sir?
Jagriti, next time, what I suggest you, you in fact select an appropriate topic from the course that you are teaching, and then identify the appropriate TED talk, TED, TEDx talk, which you feel it's a 20 minutes talk. You share that talk with the student and then ask them to discuss on that particular talk. It is ultimately, you can see, the content that you share with the student. It is in fact say the pedagogy that you use with them. So you just do one experiment and then see the impact. Really, you need to come out from that defined syllabus. I'm not saying completely deviate from that. No, you in fact enrich that particular content of your syllabus with more video lectures, with more online sources, with more you can say the blogs, and with some kind of the small caselet that you develop to discuss with the student, so that students also feel like it is not the conceptual, but it is the contextual learning. So from that concept to context, it is something which we are required to bring, and accordingly we need to change our paradigm.
Sir? And next question is, From Sachin Sharma, student, why there is no practical approach or specialized studying in collaboration to industry so that college or universities able to understand market more accurately. Why they next is and
So that industry institute,
yes,
you
sir.
can say.
Next question is why there is 20 to 25 subject study. Why it's not totally practical?
Hmm.
It's
Yes.
a problem of
This
students.
is, of course, the first part is uh, we need to strengthen that industry institute partnership. Yes, that is something which is missing nowadays. Or that also depends on the size and the nature of your the university or your department. Like if there are say 100,000 or say if the first year intake is 2,500. So how many of them can be provided these kind of the industry sponsored project? So that is simply a matter of size also. And see, as a student, you can also require to be aggressive. You can also require to put your own effort so that there are multiple options, there are multiple platforms where you can use these platforms and bring some kind of the internship for you. Otherwise, I do agree, like the institution, they also understand the role of the industry academia partnership and their own way with their limited resources. They in fact try to develop and strengthen that kind of relationship, but the important stakeholders are the student also. If you look at our own system, you in fact get some time and you come to DTU, you meet me, I will show you the system, the process, the placement process in the department or in the university is completely student driven. Where from different departments, the student placement coordinators, they are identified and the database is given to them. And for the whole semester, for the whole year, they work closely with the assigned industries and they in fact they arrange their visit to the department. So it is a student-oriented activities also. Everything cannot be say simply put to the faculty members also. They are here to facilitate you. They are here to support you, but the student are also required to take that lead. And then
Very
the
well
second
said,
part
sir.
is of course the weightage to the internship, the weightage to the practical. See, as per the AICT, the overall credit for the PG courses like the MBA is somewhere around 108 or 110 credits. Now the students have, they say the institutions have increased it to 125, 128, 140 to that extent. And in that system of either it is going to be a 4 credit course or a 2 credit course. So that is also, you can say, a limitation in some institutions. But if you really look some of the best institution at the global level, the Harvard and the other system, or even in some IIMs, the 2 years degree is awarded for a credit of say 100, 100 or 105 or even 98 and 100. So yes, there is a possibility to cut down the theory courses, to cut down the number of core courses, and to completely offer the elective courses in the final years. So if we provide that flexibility in designing the syllabus itself, if we provide that flexibility to the students, so I think we are able to cut down the number of these 25 or 28 courses which are compulsorily required to be studied at the management level or in other level also, and then we can have some more exposure in terms of the practical. So that capstone project is now in fact emerging as one of the important methods, where the institutions are cutting down the number of theory papers or the credit of different papers, either 1 credit course, 2 credit course, or non-credit course, and the courses like the critical thinking, the courses like on the data visualization, the courses like on data analytics, and then you can say the finishing school kind of the courses which are more practical in nature, and increasing the weightage for the internship and the final year project. So yes, I also agree with your statement, but see, there are limitations. there are limitations on part of the institute, on part of the universities. अगर वो affiliating system है, so then completely they are dependent on the university. Or if it is say a university department, so maybe like there is a procedural delay, and every faculty member have their own specific say the area of expertise, and if you want to cut down these areas, so you can see the inertia and the strong the you can say opposition that you get for bringing these kind of these changes. But yes, it's a gradual process, and now the institutions are moving to introduce more skill-oriented courses, to courses which are really in demand industries nowadays. So that we need to think, especially the critical thinking, the data science related courses, data analytics related courses, courses on digital marketing, courses on supply chain management. And as a you can say, if you are from the management department of this particular say UPID, so I in fact suggest Anamika and the other faculty members also, you also create some center of excellence. You also create some research lab in your own department, and then
definitely, sir. We are going to come to you for this.
Always.
I will coming to you. And now I would like to invite Dr. Nidhi Mathur ma'am for sharing her experience for this session. Nidhi ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes,
Welcome,
Anamika,
ma'am.
thank you so much. I'm very much here. Okay. So it is indeed always great to learn from such intellects like Professor K. Srinivas and Rajan sir. Of course, what I could see that this workshop was a complete package. As in the first session, it was focusing about how technological adoption by the faculty can be helpful for the educators in this disruptive time, that we would be able to adapt new techniques so that the learning will be more effective. And secondly, when we have also learned that in the second session, how the pedagogical interventions can be done by us as a faculty so that the teaching learning process becomes more interactive. And also when we are talking about that outcome based education, when we do this blended learning in these times, it is more effective for the students as well. And as a teacher, we always have an opportunity that we have to develop ourselves. And the challenge with us, as Rajan sir very well mentioned, is the skill gap. What we are teaching and what the industries are asking for us. So when we are adapting this experiential learning and this interactive learning and the blended form of learning, I think we would be able to manage that outcome what we and the industries are desiring for that. Secondly, the teachers always have a challenge that how can they manage their teaching effectively in the online mode, and as well as blending it with the offline mode. So the second session, I think, was a complete package on the technologies and what are the techniques and the sources which we are easily available, so that the teaching is more effective, and even for the learners, the student as a learner, they would be getting the maximum. The last thing what I would like to say is that the flexibility part which was addressed was the most important thing during these times, because it is able when we are more flexible to adapt the systems, to adapt the technology, then we would be able to excel in every field, and we can be more research oriented, we can be more consultancy oriented, and in fact we would be it would be great help for building great institutions in the country and also giving something to the society. So this was my experience from this session, and at the end I will say that it was really enlightening for us as a faculty, and I believe the students who are in this session, they would have also gained much from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your valuable experience. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kumar Sambo, HOD of UPID, UP Institute of Design. Dr. Kumar Sambo, Associate Professor and Head of Department, UPID Noida. Sir has done his BTech, MTech, and PhD from IIT Kanpur with a great academic experience, with a special area of expertise and interest in design of machine elements, reverse engineering, in rapid prototyping, computer-aided design, and manufacturing. Most importantly, Sarah is having a vast knowledge of human values where we talk about equality, happiness, and prosperity of human beings. I would like to invite for vote of thanks, Dr. Kumar Sambhav. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Anamika ma'am. Thank you, Professor Rajan Yadav. It has been nice listening to you. In fact, the topic that was chosen for the workshop today is quite interesting. We have been talking about ICT in higher education. In fact, I was just wondering throughout the day that today is a holiday because of Muharram, and it has been raining heavily in Noida and Greater Noida, and still we are able to exchange our views so well, thanks to ICT. Particularly if you see in the last 1 year in this pandemic pandemic period, okay, had there not been ICT in our country would have suffered a lot. In fact, due to the digitalization of the country and also the ICT facilities available across the country, we have been able to make too much use of the facilities available, and we have been able to keep our country moving. In fact, the best part I find about these facilities is that it is a kind of tool to equalize the society. Using the ICT, our population in the remote, distant, rural areas can also be a part of the main system. In fact, the corporates are also taking a lead in giving the projects to people who are sitting in the remote areas and working from there. Particularly in the higher education, if you see, and we have been able to make much use of that also. We have been able to run our semester so well, evaluate our students. And in fact, I find that there are some positives with ICT which may not be there in face-to-face interaction. Let me say that in the past 1 year, we have been conducting workshops on human values, and so far we have been able to conduct workshops for not less than 45,000 people. And that had never been possible if we had gone only for face-to-face mode. So there are multiple advantages of this, and a good thing is that the way the whole discussion took place today, we initiated with Professor K. Srinivas, who talked about building the capacities of teachers in blended learning environment through a step-by-step approach. And then we had your discussion on opportunities and challenges of blended learning in higher educational institutions. And we got to know many things. In fact, in the very first session, I saw a kind of pictorial representation where the qualities of the teacher were represented. And that was quite good to see, because many times teachers feel that they are somewhat sufferers because they have to do so many things, but the kind of capabilities that are required from a teacher, and that gives us a kind of goal also to be at par. So this is one thing that caught my attention. And secondly, you made a mention about so many things like the structure and the benefits of blended technology, and you gave tips like going for research trips, field visits, having a mentor-mentee concept, having collaborative projects, internships, advanced technology. In fact, we are now having virtual labs also. So, and I think this is just the beginning of the story. There is much to go ahead. In fact, the world is going to digitalize much faster now. And I think even if the pandemic is over, people are going to use the digital media. You could see that we are able to conduct our meetings, even the meetings like Board of Studies and the high official meetings in this online mode. And it goes so well. And the efficiency, if you see, the effectiveness, if you see, has been much better. So I think all of the educational institutions also need to take it very seriously and see what are the opportunities ahead in utilizing ICT. In fact, let me mention from my side that there are some more advantages that I can see. It can deter the problem of migration from rural to urban areas. That is another big advantage. It can make the facilities available in the remote areas of health, education, okay, administrative outreach, all those things. So those things are of course there. I think I thank the team at UPID for organizing this workshop. I thank you, sir, from the depth of my heart for giving such a meaningful talk. And I could see the feedback that you are getting in the chat box also, and everybody was happy to attend. So we'd like to invite you again and again for giving such meaningful talks. And we are planning some more workshops in near future also. So let us see how we can be more interactive in the future on various platforms. In fact, we have sought the help of DTU. So I thank DTU also for making it available for us. And on behalf of UPID Noida and on behalf of AKTU, I would like to thank each and everyone. for being a part of this whole meaningful session. Thank you, sir. Thank
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sambhav. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And it was really a very informative and nice session. So if Monica ma'am, can we end this from our side? Thank you all.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, listener. And thank you,
you.
participants. All participants were wonderful. You asked nice questions and you were very interactive throughout the session. So thank you very much for being
Thank you.
here, each and everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Namaste, everybody.
Namaskar.
Have a nice. Monica ma'am.